Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751, The Rats Who Want to Reap the Benefits of Being a Fisherman. On the other side. Deep in the Dantian Sea. The Dantian Palace's residence, the Dantian Island with a third-level middle-grade spiritual vein, also propped up a huge light curtain at this moment, covering the entire island. However, Yanqing and Jiamu's Henren, two giant and middle-stage masters, frantically controlled their own magic weapons to bombard the island's defensive formation, causing it to be turbulent. Even so, the two Dantian Palace giant and early-stage masters who stayed on the island, in conjunction with thousands of Dantian Palace low-level cultivators on the island, worked together to set up two third-level low-grade killing formations, but they could not resist the offensive of Yanqing and Jiamu's Henren. The third-level upper-grade defensive formation with formation tools on Dantian Island was also hit by waves, and its spiritual light gradually became dim. However, Yanqing and Jiamu's Henren were not happy about this, but felt sad instead. They did not expect that the Dantian Palace's palace protecting defense formation was so solid. According to their current progress in attacking the Dantian Palace's protective formation, it would probably take at least 3 months before they had a chance to break it. 3 months is not a short time, and it is enough for many changes to happen. After a few hours, 3 golden elixir escape lights flew rapidly from all directions. What kind of thief dares to touch my Jin Temple's ally? A full-bodied roar came from an escape light that exuded the aura of the middle stage of the golden elixir. Seeing this, Yanqing and Jiamu's Henren were both shocked and their faces became solemn. This is trouble. They also took back the magic weapons that attacked the Dantian Palace's protective formation and guarded their bodies. The two early-stage golden elixir cultivators in Dantian Island, who were in danger, sighed. However, they all showed a bit of pain on their faces. I just hope that the support from the 3 major giant forces, including Jin Temple, which we got by giving away nearly half of our sect's territory and more than 1,500 low-level spiritual veins, can resolve our sect's crisis this time. I don't know what kind of powerful enemy the palace master and his men encountered, and they all died in a short period of time. The middle-aged cultivator with a higher cultivation level thought to himself. Then, this cultivator called on the younger giant and early-stage cultivator next to him, and used all his strength to control the killing formation to kill Master Jiamu and Master Yanqing outside the island. At the same time, Master Yanqing and Master Jiamu outside the island also fought with the 3 giant and mid-stage cultivators who supported Dantian Palace. Although Yanqing and Jiamu were strong, they were somewhat powerless under the siege. However, after a few hundred moves, the two fell into a disadvantage. The giant of Jin Temple who came to support and the giant and mid-stage cultivators of the other 2 major forces around Dantian Palace were also overjoyed when they saw this scene. The magic weapons of Yanqing and Jiamu's Henren were both of extraordinary grade. If they could kill him, they could make a small profit. However, before they could be happy for long, 2 more rays of light flew over from a distance. This situation also attracted the attention of the cultivators present. This aura is from fellow Taoist Ling and his wife. Yanqing's face lit up. As for the Jin Temple giant who was supporting Dantian Palace, he didn't know the origins of Ling Pengyun and his wife, so he shouted to them. Fellow Taoists, are you here to support Dantian Palace? Ling Pengyun sneered. It's the opposite of you. We are here to destroy Dantian Palace. The 3 fellow Taoists who are not related to Dantian Palace should stay away. Otherwise, I will kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Pengyun sacrificed the 3rd-grade medium-grade magic weapon prison water gourd that he had bought from the Donghu trade fair not long ago. As the spiritual power was transferred into it, the gourd immediately gushed out a large amount of flowing water that rushed towards the 3 giant who were supporting Dantian Palace. The experienced Yanqing and Jiamu's Henren also showed their might at this moment, bursting out with all their strength, and stopped all the magic weapons of the 3 giant supporting Dantian Palace, so as to prevent them from blocking the water flow transformed by the prisoner's water gourd. Therefore, the water flow transformed by the prisoner's water gourd soon turned into dozens of small covers, covering the 3 giant supporting Dantian Palace and their magic weapons. Although the grade of this magic weapon is not high, The quality of this magic weapon is of high quality, which is comparable to the power of ordinary third-grade upper-grade magic weapons. In addition, Ling Pengyun's spiritual power is strong, and the power of this treasure is also increased. In a moment, Ling Pengyun used this treasure alone to trap the 3 Jinden and their magic weapons. He also sacrificed other attacking magic weapons at this moment and killed them. Yang Qing and Jiamu's Henren saw Ling Pengyun's great power and were shocked on the spot. Although they all knew that Ling Pengyun was strong, they did not expect Ling Pengyun to be so strong. However, they reacted very quickly. Soon, they cooperated with Ling Pengyun to kill a Jinden mid-stage cultivator who came to support them. The other 2 Jinden mid-stage cultivators were also a little scared when they saw how powerful Ling Pengyun and others were. After using various means to break the prison cage transformed by the prison gourd to escape, they did not even have time to take back their magic weapons that were still trapped by the prison gourd, and turned around to perform secret methods to escape. Ling Pengyun did not have to chase them. He also sensed the breath of some Jinden cultivators in the surrounding area, but those Jinden were participating in the dark. If he chased the 2 escaped Jinden at this moment, he would probably be in danger. Want to reap the benefits of the fisherman? Let's see if you mice hiding in the dark have that kind of strength. Ling Pengyun's eyes swept across the void tens of thousands of miles away, and began to call Yang Qing, Jiamu's Henren, and Yang Sidai to besiege the palace protection formation of Dantian Palace together. With the help of Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai, the speed of breaking through the palace protecting formation of Dantian Palace was greatly increased. In just 1 month, the formation was shattered. And the monks on the island were also slaughtered by Ling Pengyun and others. When everything was settled, 8 Jin beginning and middle stage monks and 1 Jindan late stage monk surrounded Dantian Island. The 2 Jindan middle stage monks who had escaped in a panic to support Dantian Palace were also among them. Because these 9 monks did not hide their identities, Yan Qing, who was quite familiar with the major forces in the Meteorite Sea, recognized those Jindan monks at a glance. These 9 Jindan are all from several Jindan forces around the Dantian Small Sea area. The monk dressed as a Jindan late-stage scholar is from Baiao Academy, one of the disgusting Confucian sects in the Meteorite Sea that is one thing in public and another behind the scenes. He also reminded Mrs. Ling Pengyun and Master Jiamu. At this time, the late Jinden Confucian cultivator with the highest cultivation level among the 9 people, who was wearing a Confucian robe, spoke with a righteous face. You 4 evil cultivators dared to attack the Dantian Palace in my Meteorite Sea in broad daylight. You really deserve to die. Since I have discovered what happened today, I will definitely uphold justice for the destroyed Dantian Palace. My fellow Taoists in the Meteorite Sea, follow me into the island and avenge the Dantian Palace. After saying this person summoned a long brush with a bright spiritual light, and used spiritual power as ink to draw the word kill in the void. As soon as this word kill was completed, it turned into a stream of light and quickly smashed towards Ling Pengyun and others on the island. Behind this famous Confucian cultivator, the other 8 Jinden also played various magic weapons at this moment. Ling Pengyun was not panicked. He raised his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist. He summoned the black armor turtle and the Zuanyang treasure shield. At this moment, the black armored turtle also sacrificed its mid-level life magic weapon, the black armored Xiangang bell, which floated above everyone's heads, creating a thick light curtain that enveloped everyone. The same was true for the black yang treasure shield. Both magic weapons were extraordinary, and with their cooperation, they also blocked all the attacks. Chapter 752, The Appearance of Dantian Palace. At this time, Yan Qing, who was standing aside, raised his head and spoke loudly to the 10 Jinden outside the island. Everyone, you have misunderstood. This time we came to Dantian Palace to get rid of the harm. I guess you have all been deceived by Dantian Palace. Although Dantian Palace has always claimed to be righteous, in fact, the Jinden in this palace are all a group of evil scums who use our human race as medicine to refine pills. If you don't believe it, you can follow me to the island to take a look. I think as long as you search a little, you can find the special medicinal materials trapped in Dantian Palace on this island. And if you still attack us, we want to escape. I'm afraid you will find it difficult to keep us all, and we will definitely spread what you did today afterwards. By then, I'm afraid it will be a loss of the righteous style of the forces behind you fellow Taoists. I guess you don't want to hear the outside world say that you killed the heroes who destroyed the demon sect and took the credit for the heroes. Of course, even if you don't care about these, the lineage of True Lord Meteorite is extremely disgusted with the demon cultivators occupying the spiritual land of the Meteorite Sea, and cultivators like me who have searched for hidden demon sects in the Meteorite Sea have always been rewarded. And once the news of you snatching credit and killing meritorious officials reaches the ears of True Lord Meteorite, I think True Lord Meteorite will also make decisions for us meritorious officials for the sake of the name of the righteous path, and then look for you. Yang Qing had also talked about this with Ling Pengyun and others before. From the evidence collected by Yang Qing, what he said was indeed true. This was also one of the small causes and effects for Ling Pengyun and others to dare to follow Yang Qing to kill Dantian Palace. As for the 10 giant cultivators outside the island, their faces changed after hearing it. Dantian Palace was a matter of the demon sect, and they really didn't know. Moreover, they had also seen Ling Pengyun and others fighting before, and they knew their strength. This time, they really couldn't guarantee that they could trap and kill all of Ling Pengyun and others here. If it is true as Yang Qing said, that Dantian Palace is a demon sect in the guise of the righteous way, then their current act of sitting back and reaping the benefits of the fishermen is not justified. If it is spread out, there is indeed a danger of ruining the reputation of the forces behind them, and the lineage of True Lord Meteor will certainly not stand idly by. For a moment, the offensive of the crowd slowed down. One of the middle-stage giant cultivators even asked a question. Dantian Palace has been here since the establishment of the Meteor Sea. How could such a veteran force be a demon sect? Is there any misunderstanding here? Yang Qing replied on the island. Everyone, follow us to the Dantian Palace station to search a bit and we will know the truth. Outside the island, the middle-stage giant cultivator who asked the question earlier and the other few giant cultivators were already tempted to enter the island to take a look after receiving such an answer. However, the leading Confucian cultivator of Baiao Academy, True Man Baimo, spoke righteously at this moment. My fellow Taoists, I have used my academy's secret pupil technique White Glory Golden Eyes to observe the 4 people on the island. I feel a very strong demonic aura from them. I'm afraid that the 4 people have extremely powerful magic treasures or a large number of demonic spiritual objects. Such a situation will not happen to a righteous person. I think these people are here to catch thieves and want to trick us to go to the island. There may be a trap. The giant who were about to move before heard this and stopped thinking about it. The secret pupil technique White Glory Golden Eyes of Baiao Academy is very famous. This method can not only increase vision, but also has the power to break illusions. For example, it is easy to detect demonic aura through storage bags. Therefore, everyone is very convinced by what Baimo's Henrin said. More importantly, with what Baimo's Henrin said, they have reason to rob the wealth left by Dantian Palace. As for whether Ling Pengyun and his wife and Yang Qing and others on the island are really demonic cultivators, it is none of their business. What a scum of the demonic way, how dare you deceive this real person? Today I will seek justice for Dantian Palace. A giant outside the island had a furious look on his face, as if he was really angry. He immediately transferred more spiritual power into his magic weapons, and then controlled those magic weapons to kill Ling Pengyun and others. The other 9 giants did the same. In an instant, the Zhuanyang treasure shield that Ling Pengyun took out and the light curtain supported by the black armor turtle were all hit. Their faces also turned black. Especially Yang Qing. He was also an old Taoist. On the spot, he apologized to Ling Pengyun and his wife and Jiamu Zhenren. I have put the 3 of you in trouble. After saying that, he said firmly. But I must get this Dantian Island and the remaining low-level spiritual veins in Dantian Palace. If we retreat, I will get nothing. So please help me with all your strength. As long as it works, in addition to the benefits I promised to give you 3, I can also give you 50% of the benefits in the Dantian Palace warehouse. By then, you 3 will definitely get spiritual objects worth at least 200,000 or 300,000 spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun, who was controlling the Zhuanyang treasure shield, frowned and said in a deep voice, Dao Yan, low-level spiritual objects are not very useful to my husband and me, and my husband and I don't have the ability to cash them in a short time. You can want my husband and me to stay, but Dao's sincerity is not enough now. After all, there are a lot of golden elixirs in the outside world. The Jiamu Zhenren, who had not spoken all this time, did not speak, but he also showed a bit of hesitation, and had a bit of a look of leaving. Seeing this, Yan Qing sighed helplessly and had to give up the benefits again. Fellow Taoist Ling, Madam Ling, I can give you the third order fire vein where the treasure refining fire pond is located. Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up when he heard this. When they captured Danyang Palace, Yan Qing only promised to give them a treasure refining fire pond, but he did not agree to give them the fire vein that evolved from this pond. It is naturally a good thing that the fire pond can be inseparable from the third order fire vein of the same origin. In this way, the power of the formation can be used to reduce the loss of their origin in the process of migrating the two objects. If the fire pond is only migrated by means of the formation, at least nearly 30% of the origin of the fire pond will be lost, and there is a great probability that the grade of this pond will fall. But if the two are migrated together, the lost origin can be reduced to about 10% or 20% with the help of the power of protection and supplementation, and the risk of realm decline can be reduced. Then, Ling Pengyun looked at the 6 giant in early stage, 3 giant in middle stage, and 1 giant in late stage cultivators outside the island, and after thinking carefully, he nodded. Okay. Yan Qing's face lit up with joy, and then he discussed a deal with Jiamu Zhenren, which made Jiamu Zhenren no longer want to leave. Then, Yan Qing's face turned ruthless, and he pinched his hands. At this moment, his aura increased by nearly 1-fold, and his cultivation level also directly crossed from the 6th level of Jiandan to the 8th level of Jiandan. At this moment, his body continued to emit a trace of powerful sword intent. I don't know where he took out a flying sword magic weapon with extraordinary momentum. I only heard a sound of sword light coming from the white flying sword, and countless thin sword intentions suddenly spread out from it and merged with the sword intention on Yan Qing's body, forming a kind of tenacious and sharp sword intention that broke through everything. The next moment, as Yan Qing transferred spiritual power into the flying sword, the sword intention transformed by the white flying sword also turned into a series of white foot-long sword lights. For a moment, the whole sky was covered by the dazzling sword light galaxy. At first glance, there were more than 8,000 sword beams. The white flying sword magic weapon turned into a huge sword beam that was more than 100 feet long. As Yan Qing raised his hand and waved, the huge sword beam and the sword beam torn behind it rolled towards the 10 Jiandan outside the island, directly forcing out their defensive magic weapons. The roar of sword beams washing the magic weapon light curtain also resounded through the sky. Countless spiritual power fluctuations made the surrounding seawater turbulent, with huge waves and strong winds blowing all around. Chapter 753, The Strange Breath of Spiritual Plants Deep in the Island. Ling Pengyun was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. This Yan Qing is really brave. He fought so hard and used many methods to enhance his strength. But I didn't expect that this fellow Yan, who came from a casual cultivator, was actually a sword cultivator like Brother Pengxing. However, after a closer look, the sword cultivation path this person takes is different from that of Brother Pengxing. I just don't know who has a higher attainment in the sword path between this fellow Yan and Brother Pengxing. Yan Qing's sword cultivation path is to transform the sword light into torrent, which is suitable for dealing with multiple enemies now. But Brother Pengxing's path is to break all forces with one strike, which is suitable for situations where there is only one strong enemy. The two are very different, but both contain wonderful things. After retracting his distracting thoughts, Ling Pengyun looked at Yan Siai on the side and sent a cryptic message to her. Madam, this battle is too intense, and your realm has just been broken through and is not stable yet. You don't need to fight too hard. Just block a few magic weapons, and leave the rest to me. Don't take out those demon corpses and beast puppets now. These demon corpses and beast puppets are too special. They are improved by me. They are rare in the world. If you don't have the confidence to destroy all the cultivators here, you must not take them out. And once they are taken out, those giant and cultivators outside the island will inevitably follow the clues and guess their identities. At that time, it will be troublesome and will inevitably bring trouble to the family. Yan Siai knew the seriousness of the matter, and she immediately responded. Understood, husband. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly, and then summoned the Zuanyang treasure lamp and the Hualai treasure mirror, 2 top-level middle-level life magic weapons of the 3rd level upper grade. Perhaps because Ling Pengyun entered the 6th level of Jiandan, his spiritual power was stronger than before, and the power of the 2 magic weapons in his hands was also increased by half a point. The Zuanyang treasure lamp spewed out countless Zuanyang treasure fires, covering the entire sky, and the temperature around it was rising rapidly. At this moment, countless treasure fires also turned into a Xuanyang treasure dragon that was more than 110 to 20 feet long, soaring and killing. The spiritual light of the Hualai treasure mirror trembled, and a dark cloud suddenly appeared between the sky and the earth. The thunder in it was jumping, and it kept dropping the magical power due divine thunder that was powerful enough to be comparable to the full-strength attack of the giant in early-stage cultivator. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun took out a third-level middle-grade killing formation with a formation device without caring about the consumption of spiritual power, and transformed it into a series of powerful attacks. At this moment, Yan Sai also controlled several high-level magic weapons and stopped all the magic weapons of the three giant and early-stage cultivators outside the island with her own strength, showing her strength. The giant Mu Zhenren showed his physical cultivation style. A layer of hard brown bark appeared on his skin. He also held a wooden spear in his hand. Then he stepped into the air, disdaining the attacks of the 10 giant outside the island, and directly killed them in the face, constantly using the spear to attack. For a while, the 10 giant outside the island were actually directly suppressed by Ling Pengyun and the other 4. After fighting for hundreds of moves, Ling Pengyun saw a gap in the defense of a giant and mid-stage cultivator. He focused his eyes and directly made a seal with his hands. As the sound of a sword rang through the air, a blue sea sky sword technique that was 100 feet long and comparable to the full-strength attack of a giant and late-stage cultivator appeared in the world, turning into a sword light that quickly slid across the sky, cutting the body of the giant and mid-stage cultivator whose defense was open into 2 pieces. After the blow, the powerful Bihaiyan sword still had nearly 70% of its power. Ling Pengyun also used this technique to smash all the defensive means of a giant and early-stage cultivator who was fighting with Yan Sai. Madam. At this time, Ling Pengyun shouted. Yan Sai immediately understood and quickly used the top-lower magical power fire wolf, swallowing the moon technique to transform into a huge fire wolf. The fire wolf opened its huge mouth and spread a strong suction force, which forced the giant and early-stage cultivator into its belly thousands of miles away. Countless flames also burned the giant and early-stage cultivator. The death of 2 giant in an instant shocked the remaining 8 giant and cultivators outside the island. But at this time, the several strength-enhancing techniques that Yan Qing had used were almost up to the time limit. He gritted his teeth and mobilized all the remaining spiritual power in his body to cross into the sword-light torrent, making the huge sword-light galaxy 3 points more powerful. The remaining 5 giant and early-stage cultivators outside the island were a little overwhelmed, and the various defensive methods they used were broken one after another. Ling Pengyun also took this opportunity, regardless of the consumption of spiritual power, and once again cast his life spell Blue Sea Sky Sword, killing 2 giant and early-stage cultivators in a row. However, afterwards, Yan Qing also fell into a weak period, and his strength was only 10%. Ling Pengyun also used up all his strength due to the previous continuous attack on Danyang Island's protective formation and the continuous casting of 2 Blue Sea Sky Swords. For a while, Ling Pengyun's offensive also weakened. This incident also made the giant and late-stage Confucian cultivator with the highest cultivation outside the island very happy. Then, in order to boost morale, he shouted to the remaining 3 giant and early-stage and 2 giant and middle-stage cultivators around him. Everyone, of the 4 demon cultivators, only the physical cultivator and the black-clothed demon cultivator, whose foundation is a little unstable and who dares not use his full strength, have the strength to fight. As long as we kill them, all the spiritual objects in Danyang Palace will be ours. Victory is just around the corner, and it's time for us to use our full strength. As soon as the words fell, the Confucian cultivator holding a brush magic weapon also used the technique of enhancing his strength, and his cultivation level also increased from the 7th level of Jiandan to the 8th level of Jiandan. His offensive was also a little stronger. The other 5 Jiandan cultivators did the same. When Ling Pengyun saw this scene, he sneered. A group of rats hiding in the dark who only want to get something for nothing dare to make trouble in front of me. As his mind moved, the Renshu blew cloud grass in his Jiandan quickly poured all the spiritual power contained in its body into Ling Pengyun's Jiandan, and his empty Jiandan was immediately filled with spiritual power by 50%. As 2 third-level inferior Huling pills entered his stomach, the remaining 50% of the empty space in his Jiandan was also filled. In an instant, he also recovered his momentum of complete victory. He also transferred a huge amount of spiritual power into several high-grade magic weapons in front of him, and directly beat back the cultivators outside the island. Get out of here. If you fight again, I will definitely kill you here. These words were like sharp thorns, penetrating into the hearts of the remaining Jindan outside the island. They recalled Ling Pengyun's powerful fighting power just now, and their bodies couldn't help but shudder. However, due to the temptation of the wealth of Dantian Palace, the extraordinary Yanqing no longer had the strength to fight again. If they didn't get some benefits at such a good opportunity, wouldn't they have come in vain? Immediately, they attacked Ling Pengyun again. Ling Pengyun's expression gradually became cold. He raised his hand and waved it. 3 blue sea and sky swords reappeared in the world and killed out, forcibly knocking away all the magic weapons that attacked the Jindan. However, for this, Ling Pengyun's spiritual power in the golden elixir was once again exhausted, leaving only about 10%. But he was not worried. With the help of the yin and yang primordial key, his meridians had long been stronger than ordinary people. Recently, he practiced a meridian tempering technique, which made his meridians comparable to those of a late-stage golden elixir cultivator, 3 times stronger than the same-level cultivators. Now, he can take 9 third-level low-grade soul recovering pills in a row without damaging his meridians. Even if it was a third-level middle-grade soul recovering pill of the same level that could restore all his spiritual power, he could swallow 3 in a row. Ordinary cultivators only have 1/3 of his spiritual power. In this case, his spiritual power was like an inexhaustible supply. Even after fighting for thousands of moves, the 6 golden elixirs outside the island were dragged to the time limit of the secret method to enhance their strength, but Ling Pengyun still looked like he had sufficient spiritual power and his offensive did not decrease at all. This situation made the late-stage golden elixir Confucian cultivator and others terrified. Once they fall into the weak period of the secret technique, they will become lambs to be slaughtered. In desperation, this group of people had to evacuate. Do you really think that you can come and go as you please? Come and die. Ling Pengyun snorted coldly, and directly pinched a formula to transform into Blue Sea Sky Sword. Then he jumped on the Sky Sword technique and chased after it. Although this technique is an attack technique, the speed of this flying sword is particularly good. It is twice as fast as Ling Pengyun's escape technique, but it consumes some spiritual power. Soon, Ling Pengyun caught up with a Jindan early-stage cultivator and directly killed him with his sword. However, this also delayed some time, and the other 5 Jindan also flew away. Ling Pengyun looked at the 5 Jindan figures coldly, and then slowly flew back to Dantian Island and landed beside Yan Sai. Yanqing, who looked weak, and Jiamu Zhenren were both shocked, and looked at Ling Pengyun with a little more admiration. However, the 2 men, who had consumed a lot of energy in the battle, were alert and moved closer to each other, away from Ling Pengyun and his wife. Friend Yan, the matter is over, and it's time to talk about the location of the treasure refining fire pool and the fire vein. Ling Pengyun also spoke at this moment. Of course, of course. After Yanqing agreed, he took out a map from his arms and handed it to Ling Pengyun. The place marked on the map is where the fire pool and the fire vein are located. After saying that, he also swore to guarantee that this matter was true. Ling Pengyun had also been in contact with this person for a while, and Yanqing would settle down in Dantian Island in the future. As long as Yanqing was not stupid, he would not make a fake map. Then, he took the map. After that, he looked at the depths of Dantian Island with a little meaning. Because his spiritual plant was close to the 3rd level, his sensitivity to spiritual plants was also enhanced several times. From that place, he felt a spiritual plant aura mixed with an extremely strong blood. I don't know what it is, the aura is so special. It is a righteous spiritual plant, but it is mixed with blood. Chapter 754 Dantian Palace Station. Because of the strange smell of the spiritual plants in the depths of Dantian Island, Ling Pengyun stopped the idea of taking the map and leaving the place directly. Instead, he spoke to Yanqing. Fellow Taoist Yan, I won't hide it from you. I am a spiritual plant husband. Just now, I noticed that there is a spiritual plant with a strange smell in the depths of this island. I also felt a little curious and wanted to go into the depths of the island to take a look. However, please rest assured, fellow Taoist Yan, I will not take any spiritual objects from the island, I will just take a look. After saying this, Ling Pengyun has made a vow. This move is also to avoid misunderstandings and conflicts with Yanqing. Although Yanqing is now in the weak period of the secret method to enhance his strength, if Yanqing fights for his life, even Ling Pengyun dare not underestimate him. When Yanqing heard what Ling Pengyun said, His mind trembled. I'm afraid that the spiritual plant with a strange smell that fellow Taoist Ling mentioned is that thing. Although he is not from Dantian Palace, he has inherited the legacy of a giant's Henren who died in the outside world more than 200 years ago. Therefore, he knows what the spiritual plant with a strange smell in the depths of Dantian Island is. And he wants to attack Dantian Island this time, in addition to wanting to occupy the Dantian small sea area under the command of Dantian Palace. Secondly, he wants to get the fruit of the spiritual plant in the depths of Dantian Island. At the same time, Dantian Palace, which was originally just a foundation building force, relied on its strange spiritual plant, which enabled it to become a huge giant in force in a short period of time and last for 300 years in the meteorite sea. And Yan Qing naturally didn't want Ling Pengyun and his wife to know about this thing that contained great opportunities. But due to the extraordinary strength of Ling Pengyun and his wife, his current condition is not good. In addition, Ling Pengyun has made a vow. Under such circumstances, if he refuses, he will definitely anger Ling Pengyun Buddha. If a battle breaks out, he will suffer. Helplessly, he nodded in agreement. Okay, but please wait a moment, let me set up this third-level medium-grade attack and defense formation on the island first, and let me divide the benefits with Brother Mu. Although the formation plate of the third-level top-grade island protection formation in Dantian Island fell into Yan Qing's hands, this formation was just broken by them not long ago, and it was difficult to use in a short time. Under such circumstances, Yan Qing planned to set up a new formation on the island, and then strengthen his own strength to avoid the enemy. At the same time, this formation can also play a role in deterring Ling Pengyun and his wife. After all, Ling Pengyun and his wife will follow him into the depths of the island later. Ling Pengyun can understand Yan Qing's small request, and he immediately agreed. Yan Qing then used the array plate of the island protection array to connect to the third-grade middle-grade spiritual vein deep underground, and then placed the array flags of the third-grade middle-grade attack and defense array in his hand on the spiritual veins. In this way, the power of the third-grade middle-grade attack and defense array can be increased. In the future, it will not be necessary to use Yan Qing's own spiritual power to activate it, but the spiritual energy in the spiritual veins here can be used to activate the array. This array also propped up a huge light curtain, covering the entire Dantian Island. At this moment, Yan Qing also took Ling Pengyun, Yan Sidai, and Jiamu's Henren deep into Dantian Island. Soon, a towering mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles appeared in the sight of Ling Pengyun and others. There were few clouds and mists, and one could faintly hear the clear chirping of birds. There was a trickle of water between the mountains that turned into a long river, which fell from a low mountain and turned into a waterfall hanging over the mountains and rivers, and then went straight to the deep sea outside the island, which looked extremely spectacular. This is the Dantian Mountains, where the Dantian Palace is stationed. According to the information I have inquired, there are countless spiritual veins in these mountains, which are only 100 miles long, and there are hundreds of them. Only a few of them were born from the heaven and earth here, and most of them are the formation masters of the Dantian Palace who have moved here from all over the years, in order to build this place into a holy place for cultivating immortals, so as to support the cultivation of the monks of the Dantian Palace. Yan Qing explained on the side. Everyone also flew into the Dantian Valley, which has the most abundant spiritual energy among the Dantian Mountains. This valley is about 10 miles in size and is the largest valley in this group of mountains. The third-level middle-grade spiritual vein controlled by the Dantian Palace is in this valley. After Yan Qing and Jiamu's Henren broke through the warehouse of Dantian Palace and entered it, they collected the spiritual objects in it. Then they went to the Gongfa Pavilion and other important places of Dantian Palace to collect property. During this period, the four of them found a secret passage in the cave of Dantian's Henren, the master of the third-level middle-grade alchemist in Dantian Palace, which had the most abundant spiritual energy in this valley. The secret passage led directly to a huge cave deep underground. This cave was like a large prison, imprisoning many mortals and monks. In addition, there were many magic spiritual objects stored here. Moreover, they also learned some secrets of Dantian Palace from the imprisoned mortals and monks. At this time, Ling Pengyun, Yan Sidai, and Jiamu's Henren believed what Yan Qing said before, that this palace had always used the human race as medicine to refine pills. This place is so hidden. There is only one place in the entire Dantian Palace where mortals and cultivators are imprisoned. I'm afraid even few people in the Dantian Palace know about it. And how did Taoist fellow Yan Qing know about this place? Ling Pengyun was a little surprised for a moment. At this time, Yan Qing, who was born as a casual cultivator and did not have many people, but had obtained the vast territory of the Dantian Small Sea, also used soft means to promise that the cultivators imprisoned by the Dantian Palace cultivators would release them, and took them all for his own use with benefits. Then, the group left this place and returned to the outside world, searching for other places in the Dantian Palace to store treasures, but the spiritual plant garden of this palace was not touched. Everyone also divided the benefits of the previous battle. In the previous battle, everyone worked together to kill 4 giant in early stage and 1 giant in middle stage cultivators. Ling Pengyun and Yan Xiai contributed the most, so they got the wealth of the middle stage giant and cultivator and 2 early stage giant and cultivators. The wealth of the other 2 early stage giant and cultivators belonged to Yan Qing and Jianmu Zhenren respectively. After everything was done, Jianmu Zhenren also said to everyone with joy and understanding, "Brother Ling, Madam Ling, Brother Yan, I am not interested in spiritual plants. I will not go to the spiritual plant garden of this palace. I will wait for you outside the valley." After saying that, Jianmu Zhenren left the valley with a happy face. Seeing this, Yan Qing on the side felt relieved. If Jianmu Zhenren also participated in the matter of the strange spiritual plants, the matter would become more and more chaotic. "Brother Yan, let's quickly start bombarding the formation of the spiritual plant garden, so that we can break it earlier and enter it." At this time, Ling Pengyun also spoke. Yan Qing nodded slightly, with a hint of reluctance between his brows, but he still took out his magic weapon and bombarded a 3rd-level low-grade garden protection formation in the high-level spiritual plant garden of Dantian Palace, not far away. Ling Pengyun and Yan Xiai did the same. Because the 3 of them were powerful, and the formation of the spiritual plant garden was not controlled by anyone, and its power was only 70%. As a result, in just a few hours, the 3 of them smashed the formation. The situation of the spiritual plant garden also came into everyone's eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755, Rare Mutated Spiritual Plant. There was no spiritual field here, only a pile of dry corpses, and countless bloody and rotten smells spread out from it. Even Ling Pengyun couldn't help but frown. As his eyes jumped, he finally saw a spiritual plant in the center of the corpse group that stretched for hundreds of acres. The spiritual plant was a towering tree, and its aura was as high as the 3rd-level middle-grade realm, and its branches were particularly lush. However, the bark and leaves of this tree were blood red, which was extremely strange. On the thickest branch of this tree, there was a fist-sized blood-red fruit with extremely rich blood aura, and its aura was only 1 step away from the 3rd-level middle-grade realm. I'm afraid that within a few months, or even a few days, the fruit will officially enter the 3rd-level middle-grade realm. In addition, the surrounding area of this tree was covered with thousands of mortals and monks' corpses, and the roots of this tree extended long blood-red roots that pierced into the bodies of those corpses and absorbed the blood in those corpses. Those who were sucked dry by it would turn into mummies. The souls of those corpses would also be sucked away by the tree roots and absorbed into their bodies. And every time the blood tree absorbed the blood and soul of a person, the scent of the only fruit it produced would become a little stronger. Obviously, this tree absorbed thousands of blood and souls in order to nourish that fruit. At this moment, the strange blood tree suddenly shook its body, and a strange roar with infinite murderous intent came out from the body of the strange blood tree. Then, with a sound of landslides and cracks, the ground here also began to shake. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, blood-red tree roots that were at least the size of a fist lifted up the ground, causing a series of sounds of breaking through the air, hitting Ling Pengyun and others. Fortunately, Ling Pengyun was well prepared. He made a finger gesture, and the Zhuanyang treasure shield that had not been put away immediately propped up a defensive light curtain that covered himself and Yan Qing beside him. However, what surprised Ling Pengyun was that the thousands of roots that attacked him actually had a force of 10,000 pounds. Although this force was not strong for Ling Pengyun, the power of thousands of roots added together actually caused the light curtain supported by the Zhuanyang treasure shield to ripple. You know, the grade of this shield is as high as the 3rd grade upper level. Even ordinary third-grade middle-grade attack magic weapons do not have such a strong power. And the general third-grade middle grade, which is equivalent to the spiritual tree in the middle stage of the golden elixir, does not have such strength. However, the Zhuanyang treasure shield only temporarily blocked all the attacking tree roots, and the situation stabilized. At this time, Ling Pengyun looked at the situation in front of him and observed that the attacking blood-red roots were all from the work of the strange blood tree. This tree must be the spiritual tree with a strange aura that I noticed on the edge of the island earlier. I just didn't expect that this tree would have such combat power. It was also kept in captivity by Dangyang Palace with thousands of corpses, and its blood was used as nourishment to improve its cultivation. Judging from the situation, this tree still uses blood and souls as its main nourishment, and spiritual energy as auxiliary. This is a bit strange. Even those magic trees that are somewhat similar to it absorb magic energy as their main nourishment. Blood and souls are auxiliary. They cannot be swallowed in large quantities, otherwise their realm will be unstable. They can only be swallowed every once in a while, which is completely different from the blood tree here. There is no restraint at all. Moreover, the appearance of this tree is not even recorded in the third-level lower-grade spiritual plant inheritance of Kanglin Bahe sect, which is even more strange. However, the jade-like leaves of this tree and the fruit it breeds are somewhat similar to the emerald jade spiritual fruit tree. And the fruit of this blood tree has a little bit of good fortune. It is probably a spiritual fruit that can assist the golden elixir. It is somewhat similar to the spiritual fruit produced by the jadeite fruit tree. The leaves and fruits of the jadeite spiritual fruit tree are also like jade, but the leaves and fruits of this tree are green, not blood red like the leaves and fruits of the blood tree in front of him. The Kanglin Bahe sect is an old-fashioned nascent soul force. 10,000 years ago, it was also one of the strongest righteous forces in the Boundless Sea area. Its foundation is extremely strong. In those days, this sect also relied on its powerful strength to collect countless spiritual plant inheritances from various forces, and then integrated the current spiritual plant inheritance of superior quality. This spiritual plant inheritance also records a lot of content. The spiritual plants of several surrounding cultivation worlds are all recorded in this book. It can be said that there is no spiritual plant that Ling Pengyun has seen that is not recorded in any book. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun thought of the strange situation that the blood tree mainly absorbed blood and supplemented it with spiritual energy. His eyes trembled and he was secretly shocked. Could it be a mutated spiritual plant? Let's see, this tree should still develop in a good direction. There are also mutations in spiritual plants, but such situations are extremely rare, even rarer than the mutation of monsters. In general, most of the mutated spiritual plants in the world of immortal cultivation are created by spiritual plant masters. Just like the spiritual rice that Ling Pengyun improved in his early years, they were actually induced to mutate into new spiritual rice through acquired induction. And this kind of spiritual rice can actually be called mutated spiritual rice. However, it is extremely difficult to induce the spiritual rice that is most likely to mutate among spiritual plants. 99% of spiritual plant masters will find it difficult to do it in their entire lives. It is even more difficult to use the secret method of spiritual plants to induce the mutation of spiritual plants, such as spiritual trees with deep roots. Even in the vast Wubianhe area, Ling Pengyun had only heard of a few Yuanying forces and old Yuanying forces mastering such induced mutation spirit trees. Moreover, the spirit trees induced by secret methods were not of high grade, and there were only a handful of them that could reach the Jinden realm. And Jinden forces such as Dantian sect could not get in touch with such mutated spirit trees at all. This situation was also due to the spirit plant husband. Jinden forces such as Dantian sect did not even have the third-level spirit plant inheritance, so naturally there was no third-level spirit plant husband. And if you want to improve a spirit tree, you can only have a glimmer of hope if you have extremely high spiritual plant attainments, and have the help of profound spiritual plant methods, plus strong opportunities. Dantian sect did not meet any of the conditions. In addition, the strange blood tree here was in the middle stage of Jinden cultivation, far exceeding the cultivation of mutated spirit plants that were generally improved by the spirit plant's secret method. This gave Ling Pengyun another guess. Under such circumstances, the probability that this tree is a spontaneous mutation is probably greater than the probability that this tree is cultivated by Dantian sect using the spiritual plant's secret method. However, A spiritual plant that mutates spontaneously is countless times rarer than a spiritual plant that is mutated by the spiritual plant's secret method. How did Dantian sect obtain it? Even if this tree did not mutate spontaneously, but was induced to mutate by the spiritual plant husband using the spiritual plant's secret method, this tree has reached the middle stage of the golden elixir realm, and its aptitude is extraordinary. I am afraid that it at least has the aptitude of earth spirit roots. It is even rarer to have such aptitude in a mutated spiritual plant. As for what kind of mutated spiritual plant it is, Dantian Palace is really blessed to be able to get such a thing. For a moment, Ling Pengyun was hesitant. Spontaneous mutation is rarer than spiritual plant mutation induced by spiritual plant husband using the secret method, but the aptitude of spontaneously mutated spiritual plants is extremely strong. Chapter 756, Theory of Spiritual Roots of Spiritual Plants. The fourth level Muing spirit tree of the Muing Immortal sect is a self-mutated spiritual tree. Its aptitude is therefore extremely strong. It entered the fourth level realm early and became a powerful spiritual tree with the combat power of the nascent soul. The fourth level thunder spirit tree in the Poten Peak of the Kanglan Baha'i sect is also said to be a self-mutated spiritual tree. And this kind of spiritual tree is also called a spiritual root with heaven. Spiritual plants can be roughly divided into 5 levels of aptitude. Among them, the spiritual plants with the worst low-grade spiritual root aptitude will basically be trapped in the key training realm in this life. For example, spiritual medicines such as key training grass will find it difficult to enter the foundation building realm throughout their lives, and their lifespan is only a few dozen years. After this lifespan, this grass will wither. There is a chance that the middle grade aptitude can enter the foundation building realm on its own, but it is still rare. Huangai grass is a representative of them. Although it can reach the first level upper grade realm in the highest 10 years, it still has a few chances to enter the foundation building realm. The top grade aptitude is like the spirit plants of Joan grass. As long as the years are enough, they can enter the foundation building stage. Among the spirit seeds of Joan grass, there is also a small probability that some spirit seeds with earth spirit root aptitude will be born. Once these Joan grass spirit seeds grow up, they will have the opportunity to enter the golden elixir realm. The spirit plants with heaven spirit root aptitude are hard to come by. However, among these 5 aptitudes, due to the large number of Yimu spirit plants such as spiritual medicines and spiritual medicines, the probability of the birth of good aptitude is also greater. On the contrary, for Jiamu spirit plants such as Lingmu, due to the small number, the probability of good aptitude spirit plants is also small. However, Jiamu spirit plants basically have a combat power far exceeding Yimu spirit plants, and Jiamu spirit plants with better aptitude have a combat power comparable to that of cultivators of the same level. The Ling family's family protecting spirit tree Frost spirit tree is an ordinary spirit plant with earth spirit roots. After thinking fruitlessly, Ling Pengyun fixed his eyes on Yan Qing beside him. Although Yan Qing had no expression on his face at the moment, Ling Pengyun had just noticed a flash of hate in Yan Qing's eyes. Thinking that this person knew about the private matters of Dantian Palace arresting mortals and cultivators, Ling Pengyun also tried to ask Yan Qing. Dao Yan, that blood tree is a mutated spiritual tree. Do you know what kind of mutated spiritual tree this tree is? When Yan Qing heard this, his heart trembled. Seeing Ling Pengyun's sharp eyes with a questioning look, he also understood that this matter had to be said, and a bitter smile suddenly appeared on his face. Then, he sighed helplessly and introduced it. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you, fellow Taoist. As far as I know, this spiritual tree was obtained by chance in this Hongxiao Immortal Cultivation world by the founder of the Dantian Palace, who ran out of life 100 years ago. It was a spiritual plant that was induced to mutate by a spiritual plant husband using a secret method. And this spiritual plant was named the Wanyu blood tree by the founder. It feeds on blood and souls. However, I hope that fellow Taoist will show mercy and not destroy this tree. This tree is of great use to me. Also, please keep the matter of this tree a secret and help me tame this tree. Ling Pengyun's expression moved slightly, and he was skeptical about what Yan Qing said about the Wanyu blood jade fruit tree. Since Taoist fellow Yan has spoken, I will naturally not touch the Wanyu blood jade fruit tree in the slightest. The confidentiality and taming are also possible. But, can I take some branches and roots of this tree? Although Yan Qing roughly knew what Ling Pengyun wanted to do, cutting off some branches and roots of the Wanyu blood jade tree would not harm the origin of the tree, so he nodded readily. As long as the number of branches and roots requested by Taoist fellow is not large and does not harm the origin of the fruit tree, it will be fine. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly, and he patted the storage bag on his waist, took out the third-level medium-quality prison water gourd from it, and summoned a huge stream of water from it to cover the one-IU blood jade fruit tree that was waving thousands of thick roots, making it difficult for it to move at all. Fellow Taoist Yan, take the Jiamu crystals in its body and set up a restriction in it. Understood. After Yan Qing responded, he sacrificed a flying sword magic weapon and pierced directly into the body of the one-IU blood jade fruit tree, taking out the Jiamu crystals in its body. Yan Qing also set up a special restriction in it afterwards, through which he could control the life and death of the one-IU blood jade tree. However, the one-IU blood jade tree was extremely disgusted with this move, and became more violent, madly urging various attack methods to break the water cage transformed by Ling Pengyun's prison water gourd. It was a pity that this move had no effect. Even though the one-IU blood jade tree spent hundreds of breaths, it still did not destroy the solid water cage. Gradually, the tree seemed to have accepted its fate, but the tree was still very dignified, using the art of spiritual consciousness to transmit a message to Ling Pengyun, Yan Qing, and Yamsi in the spiritual plant garden. I don't like the restrictions placed on the Jiamu crystals in my body by you humans. I have been doing this for hundreds of years in Dantian Palace. If you don't remove them, I will explode the Jiamu crystals and you will get nothing. And if you can remove the restrictions in the Jiamu crystals in my body, then, as long as you provide me with enough flesh and blood of cultivators and their souls, I can also breed the one-IU blood jade fruit for you. Ling Pengyun was secretly surprised. This tree can comprehend the art of spiritual consciousness into language in the middle stage of the Jindan realm. Its comprehension is probably not weak. Yan Qing hesitated for a while and compromised with the one-IU blood jade tree. Then he removed the restrictions placed in the Jiamu crystals of this tree. The one-IU blood jade tree also returned to calm and continued to quietly absorb the blood and souls of the thousands of mortals and hundreds of monsters in the flesh and blood here. Ling Pengyun also followed and got a dozen branches from the tree. After finishing this task, Ling Pengyun looked at the cultivation method of the one-IU blood jade tree, which was absorbing blood and souls, and frowned slightly. Then, he advised Yan Qing. Dao, this tree is extremely ferocious, and it needs a lot of blood and souls. And using mortals and cultivators to support its cultivation, although it will be beneficial for the spiritual tree to improve its cultivation because the blood of mortals and cultivators is easy to refine and the souls are strong, but in this way, Dao will definitely become the next Dantian Palace, and once such things are spread, Dao's plan to establish power here will probably be shattered. In my opinion, Dao might as well stabilize it in the future and nourish this tree with the blood and souls of monsters. Although the blood of monsters is mixed and the souls are not strong, they can also have some effect on this tree. This can also avoid the stigma of the demon sect. Yan Qing said. I see. That's what I meant. Ling Pengyun nodded slightly, and took Yan Xie with him and flew away from the spiritual plant garden and even Dantian Island, escaping into the distance. Chapter 757 The Idea of Cutting. Yan Xie, who had just left Dantian Island, couldn't help turning her head when she thought of the 10,000 jade blood jade fruit tree in the spiritual garden deep in Dantian Island, and looked at the direction of the spiritual garden deep in Dantian Island. Then, she said with regret to her husband Ling Pengyun beside her. Husband, according to the information we investigated about Dantian Palace some time ago, the original 5 Jindan in this palace have all appeared one after another in the past 300 years. And except for the one-IU blood jade tree just now, we have not found any other third-level spiritual plants or spiritual lands that can breed Jindan spiritual objects in the Dantian Palace. In addition, although this palace has a lot of territories, the resources that can be produced are probably not enough for this palace to create so many Jindan cultivators in just 300 years. Under this circumstance, the one-IU blood jade fruit tree that can breed spiritual fruits containing some of the power of creation is the only one in this sect that can produce Jindan spiritual objects. And the one-IU blood jade tree that can absorb blood and souls to speed up the speed of cultivation is essentially a spiritual fruit tree. I am afraid that the speed of this tree in breeding spiritual fruits is far superior to that of spiritual fruit trees of the same level. In my opinion, the one-IU blood jade tree in the spiritual plant garden of this palace must not be as simple as Taoist fellow Yan Qing said. Perhaps, That one Iu blood jade fruit tree is a rare natural spiritual root, or maybe this tree is not an acquired mutation as fellow Taoist Yan Qing said, but an extraordinary spiritual plant that mutated on its own. Such spiritual plants are extremely rare, and they are something you can only encounter by chance. Husband, are we really going to miss such a rare spiritual tree so easily? Hearing this, Ling Pengyun sighed helplessly and said with a bit of helplessness, Madam, this thing is not our chance. Just now, I have used some secret methods from the sect's superior spiritual plant inheritance to explore the one Iu blood jade tree, but I found that this tree has somehow gained a special bond with a third-grade middle-grade spiritual vein under Dantian Island. I'm afraid that within dozens or hundreds of years, this tree will be of the same origin as that spiritual vein. Now, if we want to take away the spiritual tree, we must take away the third-grade middle-grade spiritual vein deep underground, but the connection between the third-grade middle-grade spiritual vein and the ground vein is very deep. Even Penguin's third-grade lower-grade formation master finds it difficult to migrate such a high-grade spiritual vein. Only those formation masters above the third-grade middle-grade have the ability to use the migration formation to migrate this grade of spiritual vein, and formation masters above the third-level middle-grade are extremely rare, and I don't know many of them. Even if we invite them here, as long as they enter the island, they will probably find the strangeness of the third-level middle-grade one Iu blood jade fruit tree on the island. At that time, the meager friendship between me and those formation masters will not be enough to deter them, and those formation masters will definitely want to snatch the blood jade fruit tree. Instead of that, it is better to make a good relationship with that Taoist friend Yan Qing and not touch the tree at all. At this point, Ling Pengyun looked down at the storage bag on his waist, his eyes slightly shining, and said, However, with the branches cut from the one Iu blood jade fruit tree before, we are not without the opportunity to cultivate a strange blood tree on our own. Yan Xi's expression moved, and she became a little curious, and then she asked, Husband, are you planning to do cuttings? But Yan Xi felt something was wrong, so she added, But according to rumors, no matter it is a spirit tree that mutates on its own, or a spirit tree that is improved by a spirit husband using secret methods from various spirit trees, the Jiamu power in its body is extremely unstable. Even it is extremely difficult to breed spirit seeds. It is even more difficult to continue those mutations through cuttings. Even if it succeeds, it will be restricted by the grade of the original spirit tree of the cutting branch, and its aptitude will at least drop by one level. Under such circumstances, even if a blood tree can be cultivated by cutting the branches of the one Iu blood jade tree, I'm afraid its grade will only be the second-level foundation building realm at best. It will be difficult to reach the third-level golden elixir realm like the mother tree. Spirit trees of this grade are not of much use to the family, Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Madam, have you forgotten that I have a chance to break the upper limit of my qualifications? And that chance can also stabilize the unstable A and B forces in any spiritual plant. Through that chance, it should not be difficult to graft the branches of the one Iu blood jade tree. When we return to the tribe in the future, we can try it. The only disadvantage is that it will consume another breath of yin and yang Taichu Qi, and the time to condense the yin and yang Taichu essence will also be indirectly pushed back 9 years. Through the method of grafting, adding a breath of yin and yang Taichu Qi, and using the branches of the mother tree to cultivate a new sub-tree, if it can be successful, the sooner the better. In this way, the sub-tree can also grow faster. And the yin and yang Taichu essence, which requires a full 9 breaths of yin and yang Taichu Qi to condense, can be slowly condensed in the 100 years after the monster beast chaos. After all, Ling Pengyun has not encountered any major bottlenecks in his cultivation at present, and it is not impossible to wait for 9 more years. At this time, Yan Xi's eyes trembled, and all the confusion in her heart suddenly dissipated into smoke, and then, a touch of excitement appeared on her face. She knew exactly what Ling Pengyun meant by the opportunity, and she had also had that opportunity. It was with the help of that opportunity that she broke the upper limit of her qualifications in her early years, which enabled her to enter the state of perfect foundation building in just over 100 years old, thus having the opportunity to break through the golden elixir. However, she had a lot of thoughts, but she felt a little more distressed, and then she spoke. Husband, your opportunity is extremely precious. Isn't it a bit of a waste to use that opportunity just to stabilize the branches of the mother tree and cultivate a one Iu blood jade fruit tree by enlarging the cutting method? Ling Pengyun said with a smile. The mother tree of the one Iu blood fruit is a mutant spiritual plant with extraordinary aptitude. The spiritual fruit produced by this tree also has the power of creation, which can breed foundation-building spiritual objects and golden elixir spiritual objects, and it can be regarded as precious. More importantly, from my observation, the Wanyu blood fruit tree in Dantian Island, which is in the middle stage of the golden elixir, should produce a superior Jiamu crystal when it enters the golden elixir. Moreover, the cultivation period of this tree should not be long, at most only 300 or 400 years. Speaking of this, he asked Yan Sai with a slight smile. Madam, do you know what it means to have a spiritual tree that can cultivate to the middle stage of the golden elixir in 300 or 400 years, and whose strength is not weaker than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level, and can produce golden elixir spiritual objects? Yan Sai was shocked when she heard this. You know, because the spiritual trees have a long lifespan, at least 4 or 5 times the lifespan of cultivators of the same level, these spiritual trees are also like being restricted by heaven and earth, and their cultivation speed is extremely slow. Even if the Jindan spirit tree condensed the superior Jiamu crystal when it entered the Jindan stage, its cultivation speed could not match that of the cultivators who only condensed the inferior Jindan and had extremely poor qualifications. In fact, it often takes hundreds of years for Jindan-level spirit trees to make some progress. For example, the frost spirit tree of the Ling family, which condensed a middle-level Jiamu crystal, has been cultivating for thousands of years, but its cultivation is still at the early stage of Jindan. It will probably take many years to enter the middle stage of Jindan. Even for ordinary cultivators, it is difficult to improve their cultivation to the middle stage of Jindan in 300 or 400 years. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai both had the help of the Yin-Yang Sutra, as well as their own qualifications and other conditions, which is why they were able to reach the current middle stage of Jindan in more than 100 years. Jindan masters such as Qingshi and Liudao of Yan State are all old and have little life left, but their cultivation is still not high. Only Wanyu Zhenren of Wanyu Valley has better qualifications and has reached the late stage of Jindan. Under such circumstances, the short cultivation period of the Wanyu blood jade fruit tree in Dantian Island is enough to show how extraordinary its qualifications are. And a blood tree with such qualifications, even if it is cultivated through the yin-yang Taichu and cuttings, how can the subtrees be bad? For a moment, Yan Sai's face was also full of regret. Husband, if it is true as you said, the mother tree on Dantian Island can reach such a high level of cultivation in just a few hundred years, then the aptitude of this tree is probably a natural spiritual root without a doubt. A spiritual tree with such aptitude has a chance to enter the nascent soul realm, this time, this opportunity. It's really a pity. Ling Pengyun felt something in his heart, and a trace of regret appeared on his face, but it soon dissipated, and he also spoke. We did miss the opportunity of the mother tree on Dantian Island, but it's not a pity. That mother tree has committed too many sins of killing, and judging from the situation, that mother tree mostly absorbs the blood and souls of our human race as nourishment for cultivation. Although the human race's blood is pure and the power of the soul is stronger than the blood and souls of monsters of the same level, which is of great benefit to the cultivation of the mother tree. But it is precisely because our human soul power is stronger and our human intelligence is high that the blood and souls of those humans who died tragically at the hands of the 10,000 jade blood jade tree were all swallowed up. This situation is bound to make those humans who died tragically at the hands of this tree have great resentment before they died. And the mother tree has committed so many sins of killing that the resentment on it may have accumulated to a very high number. This situation is not conducive to the tree breaking through the bottleneck in the future. The Golden Core Avenue is estimated to be the end of this tree. Even if this tree has cultivated to the state of perfection of the golden elixir, if it does not resolve the resentment first and tries to condense the nascent soul, I am afraid that the probability of the tree's body disappearing is at least as high as 99%. And in this world of immortal cultivation, there are very few secret methods that can resolve resentment. What's more, the mother tree has become vicious and difficult for our clan to control. If we get it, at most it will be a spiritual tree that can produce golden elixir spirit objects. It is difficult to exert its strong combat power, and its value is greatly reduced. Yan Sai felt better after hearing this, and she temporarily gave up the idea of getting the mother tree on Dantian Island. Instead, she began to secretly look forward to whether her husband Ling Pengyun could cultivate a new Wanyu fruit tree through cuttings. After all, if the family can get this tree, it will also be of great benefit to her family members. Madam, Let's change to riding the black armored turtle to hurry on our way, so that we can save some spiritual energy to deal with the dangers that we may encounter when we cross several monster seas when we return to the human sea. Ling Pengyun also spoke at this moment. Yang Siai nodded and fell from the air to the sea surface with Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun also took out a black armored turtle at this moment, and sat on its back with Yang Siai. As he patted the black armored turtle's head lightly, a blue light curtain appeared around the turtle, covering it, Ling Pengyun and Yang Siai, and their breath did not leak out at this moment. It also slowly sank into the depths of the sea, sneaking into the distance like a ghost. Chapter 758 The True Effect of the 10,000 Jade Blood Jade Mother Tree. On the other side, Yang Qing, who was still deep in the spiritual plant garden, watched Ling Pengyun and Yang Siai leave, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two great Buddhas have finally left. But it seems that Dao Ling and his wife are indeed trustworthy people. If I were them, I would probably have robbed the Wanyu Blood Jade fruit tree when I first saw it. He retracted his gaze only after Ling Pengyun and Yang Siai had completely left Dantian Island. Instead, he looked at the only Wanyu Blood Jade fruit that was about to enter the third-level middle-grade Wanyu Blood Jade fruit tree, and his face also rose with a touch of fiery color. Fortunately, before this fruit matured, we broke through the Dantian Palace and seized this land, so I didn't miss such a good opportunity. It depends on the situation. This fruit will mature in less than 10 days or half a month. By then, with this thing, plus the ordinary spiritual object meteorite spirit water that I spent nearly half of my fortune to buy at the meteorite auction, and the second-rate giant spiritual object, the third-grade lower-grade meridian protecting pill, the white feathered eagle, a spiritual beast with a perfect foundation in my hand, will have at least a 40% to 50% chance of entering the giant realm. And as long as this eagle can successfully enter the giant realm, it will be possible for me to completely occupy this Dantian Island, establish the Yang family, and completely take over the low-level spiritual veins in the small Dantian Sea area. Even if it's not good, as long as I have this strange fruit tree, my Yang family will be able to give birth to giant and real people continuously in the future, and it is not impossible to even surpass the Dantian Palace. According to the Dantian Palace giant inheritance record obtained by Yang Qing, the fruit bred by this Wanyu Blood Jade tree has the same effect as the fruit bred by its original emerald fruit tree before its mutation. They all contain the power of creation, which helps monks or monsters break through the giant, and can be called giant and spiritual objects. In addition, as long as there is enough blood and soul to help, this tree can speed up the fruit bred speed by 50%. In terms of conversion, now this third-level middle-grade Wanyu Blood Jade fruit tree originally took 200 years to breed a third-level low-grade Blood Jade fruit that can increase the probability of monks and monsters entering the giant by 10%, but now it only takes 100 years to breed it. A third-level middle-grade Blood Jade fruit that can increase the probability of monks and monsters breaking through the giant by 20% can be produced in 150 years. It is precisely because this tree is comparable to, or even far exceeds, the powerful effects of ordinary third-grade high-quality spiritual fruit trees that Dantian Palace, a foundation-building force, has produced several golden elixirs in the past 300 years, and even has 5 golden elixirs in the present. Because of the higher grade of ordinary third-grade high-quality spiritual fruit trees, like the strange Wanyu Blood Jade tree here, they can breed a third-grade low-quality golden elixir spiritual object every 100 years, but it takes longer to breed third-grade middle and high-quality golden elixir spiritual objects, which take 200 years and 300 years respectively. However, this tree also has a small flaw, that is, this tree can only breed one blood jade fruit at the same time, unlike ordinary fruit trees, which will still bloom and produce many low-level fruits every year even when breeding high-level spiritual fruits. This also makes the benefits that this tree can generate less. However, the biggest advantage of this tree is that it can produce golden elixir spiritual objects so quickly, and this small disadvantage can be omitted. He put away his distracting thoughts. He was a casual cultivator with little wealth and no other valuable third-level formations. He could not use the formation in the spiritual plant garden for the time being. In order to keep the secret of the spiritual plant garden, he arranged a second-level formation around the spiritual plant to temporarily protect the spiritual plant garden. Then he left this place, went out of Dantian Valley, and found Master Jiamu who had been waiting outside. Together with him, He went to the place where the low-level spiritual veins under the command of Dantian Palace were located to attack those low-level spiritual veins. Master Jiamu has not left yet, and he was hired by Yan Qing to capture the low-level spiritual veins. Previously, Ling Pengyun and his wife were also invited by Yan Qing, but Ling Pengyun and his wife were still anxious to go to other sea areas to participate in auctions, and the monster chaos in the northern wilderness Zeuxin world was only 5 years away, so they did not agree to this. The disciples of Dantian Palace who were originally stationed on most of the low-level spiritual veins in the Dantian Small Sea area under the command of Dantian Palace had fled this area early after being reminded by the 2 giant and early-stage cultivators who were originally stationed in Dantian Palace. Only a few outer disciples who were stationed on low-level spiritual veins and were not welcomed by the sect were still stationed on those low-level spiritual veins. This also made it possible for Yan Qing and Jiamu Zhenren to clean up all the low-level spiritual veins in the small Dantian Sea area in just half a month. Afterwards, Yan Qing entrusted Jiamu Zhenren to help him go to Muiyuan Sea area to pick up his relatives. Yan Qing, who was still in this small sea area, returned to Dantian Island with a third-level middle-grade spiritual vein. During this period, Yan Qing and others destroyed the old Jiandan Force Dantian Palace and killed 5 Jiandan from several small sea area Jiandan forces around Dantian Small Sea area, which also spread outside. Yan Qing's name also spread throughout the Meteorite Sea area. At the beginning, the cultivators who still had ideas about the original Dantian Sea area of Dantian Palace did not dare to act rashly for a while, lest Yan Qing call on Ling Pengyun and others who came to Dantian Island to kill them still be in Dantian Island, and then cause a disaster. Soon, a giant and disciple of the Meteorite True Lord came to Dantian Island and found Yan Qing. However, the disciple of the Meteorite True Lord did not blame Yan Qing for destroying the Dantian Palace. He just agreed with Yan Qing that he had to hand over a batch of spiritual stones to the Meteorite Island, the core of the Meteorite Sea, every year, and then left. After just 2 months, a calamity cloud quietly appeared over Dantian Island. Not long after, the calamity cloud dropped a powerful calamity thunder. However, a huge formation was also propped up on Dantian Island, covering the entire island. If Ling Pengyun was here, he would definitely notice that the formation now propped up here was the third-level superior island protection formation that they had broken through. However, the island protection formation is now 20% to 30% weaker than it was a few months ago. Obviously, after the formation was broken, it also suffered some injuries and has not recovered, making it difficult to exert its full power. However, even so, the thunder from the sky could not break the formation. At most, it only caused a wave on the formation. After that, 8 more thunders fell in succession, but were still blocked by the formation. Wait until everything is settled. Deep in Dantian Island, Yan Qing looked at the white-feathered eagle, a spirit beast that was crawling on the ground in front of him, which was several feet big and whose aura had rapidly risen to the golden elixir realm. His face suddenly showed countless joy. With the help of this eagle, I will have no problem guarding this Dantian Island and the Dantian Small Sea in the future. And this Dantian Island and Dantian Sea do not need to be renamed. This way, we can also deter those who are interested in the outside world and tell them that my Yan family rose up by stepping on the Dantian Palace. From today on, my Yan family will be called Dantian Yan family. After a few months, more than a dozen of his relatives were also taken to Dantian Island by Master Jiamu. The name of Dantian Yan family was also publicized by Yan Qing, and he also recruited a large number of guest cultivators to take care of the huge number of low-level spiritual veins in Dantian Small Sea. Time passed in a flash. 2 seasons passed. This day, Yan State, deep in the Lingxiao Mountains, the Ling family's land. The Lingxiao Mountain, which has a third-level middle-grade spiritual vein, has been hollowed out in the center, and a huge space has formed inside. At this moment, the ground of this space was filled with hundreds of huge key-training monster corpses, and a stream of extremely pungent bloody smells spread from their bodies, adding a bit of weirdness to this place. In such a place, there was a young monk wearing a blue Taoist robe and looking like an immortal, standing here, and there was a strange tree in front of him. The tree was only 2 feet tall, but the leaves on its lush branches, including its bark, and the small fruits growing on a thick branch of the tree were all blood red. Even the roots of this tree grew a lot of roots like thorns, which were inserted into the corpses of hundreds of monsters and absorbed their blood. In addition, At the top of this tree, there was a long black banner that was used to disperse ghost energy. After a while, this long banner would release the soul of a monster with a breath only in the key training realm from the banner to the side of the red tree below. The red tree would then quickly grow several roots and absorb the soul of the monster into its body. Its aura would become stronger, and the blood-red fruit on its trunk would become darker. This scene also added a bit of weirdness to the place. However, the young monk with a celestial temperament was not surprised by the scene. On the contrary, when he noticed that the tree had entered the second level of key training, he showed a bit of joy on his face. Chapter 759 The Thoughts of the Third Kind of Life Spiritual Plant. The cultivation of this tree is improving rapidly. It has only been half a year, and it has achieved such a high level of cultivation. I am afraid that in 1 or 2 years, this tree will be able to enter the middle stage of key training. Judging from the current situation, this Wanyu blood jade fruit tree that I cultivated by cuttings can be regarded as a perfect inheritance of the ability of the Wanyu blood jade tree in the middle stage of Jindan on Dantian Island to absorb blood and souls. The yin and yang Taichu key that was passed to this tree half a year ago was not wasted. Although the aptitude of this tree is difficult to detect, judging from the current situation, this tree is probably at least of the aptitude of earth spirit roots, and it is even possible that it is of heavenly spirit roots. This tree must not be worse than the aptitude of the Wanyu blood jade mother tree. It is not impossible for this tree to reach that level in the future. The blood red tree here was cultivated by Ling Pengyun half a year ago after he sold all the high-level spiritual objects that he didn't need and bought a batch of golden elixir spiritual objects to return to his clan. He used the branches from the Wanyu blood jade fruit tree in Dantian Island and cultivated it by cuttings and a breath of yin and yang Taichu Qi. Because of its bloodline and yin and yang Taichu, this tree had the cultivation of the first level of key training when it was born half a year ago. Since the tree successfully survived by cuttings, Ling Pengyun also spent a lot of spiritual objects and hundreds of fresh corpses of key training monsters to feed this tree. In addition, the long banner suspended on the top of this tree is Ling Pengyun's third level inferior ghost controlling long banner. In addition to the 6 mountain-moving evil ghosts at the initial stage of the golden elixir, this long banner also stores the souls of a large number of monsters or cultivators killed by Ling Pengyun in his early years. Ling Pengyun had no use for these souls, so he used them to supply the small Wanyu blood jade fruit tree here for further cultivation. And this tree, with the help of the blood from the corpse of the key training monster helped by Ling Pengyun and the souls in the ghost control banner, was able to improve its cultivation by 1 level in just half a year, reaching the second level of key training. As for the young cultivator with a celestial bearing here, it was naturally Ling Pengyun. At this moment, Ling Pengyun saw that the child tree cultivated by himself with a mother tree of Dantian Island and a breath of yin and yang Taichu Qi was also extraordinary in aptitude, and the speed of cultivation was also extremely fast, as if it was no worse than the mother tree of Dantian Island. He also had a special idea in his mind. The tree can absorb blood and soul to speed up its cultivation, which is an extremely powerful advantage. And since this tree was brought into the yin-yang Taichu Qi, the Jiamu power in it has become extremely stable. This spiritual tree can also breed spiritual seeds like ordinary spiritual trees, and its branches can be cut and used to cultivate new spiritual trees. It's just that the aptitude of the new spiritual tree will still be poor due to the cuttings. In this case, if we can use the secret method to make this tree breed a spiritual fruit of the Wanyu blood jade tree, and sacrifice it to be a natal spiritual plant, I think the speed of its absorption of blood and transformation of souls into cultivation can be accelerated. It is even possible that this spiritual plant will be like an ordinary spiritual plant. After being sacrificed and refined into a natal spiritual plant, it can feed back the ability to absorb blood and transform souls into cultivation to the owner. The Jiamu power in the mother tree of Dantian Island is extremely unstable. Even a 4th level spiritual plant husband has little chance of using the secret method to help a mother tree breed a spiritual seed. When Ling Pengyun thought about this, his heart became hot. Since half a year ago, after coming from the immortal cultivation world of the boundless sea, he has been using the Renshu blue cloud grass, his natal spiritual plant that has entered the golden elixir realm, to comprehend the 3rd level spiritual plant. Because of his deep foundation in the spiritual plant in his early years, coupled with his extraordinary aptitude, it is natural for him to comprehend the 3rd level spiritual plant. He is sure that within a year, he can push the spiritual plant to the 3rd level, thus becoming a 3rd level spiritual plant husband. At that time, he can also sacrifice another spiritual plant as his natal spiritual plant. In the past, he planned to cultivate the spirit seed bred by the third-grade inferior longevity-increasing apricot tree that he got from the Jiu family of Shiangxing country in the early years, and sacrifice it to refine it as his life spirit plant. In this way, he can use the lifespan of this tree after it becomes his life spirit plant to feed back and add a lot of life. But at present, lifespan is not what he lacks, but cultivation is. You know, he is only more than 120 or 30 years old now, and he still has more than 370 or 80 years of life left. Lifespan is particularly sufficient. According to his cultivation speed, it is no problem to break through to the golden core perfection realm before the best breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. On the other hand, although his cultivation is now at the 6th level of the golden core, it can be higher, but now the Ling family, and even the Yan kingdom in the near future, will face the revenge of the Red Gold Bear clan during the Monster Beast Rebellion. Even if the revenge is avoided this time, the Yan kingdom can be saved, but as long as the Red Gold Bear clan is not destroyed, the next 100-year Monster Beast Rebellion, this clan is bound to attack again. Only if his cultivation level is improved as soon as possible, and he enters the nascent soul stage, can he possibly break through. However, to do so, it is not possible to sacrifice the spirit seed of the Zhengyuan Ling apricot tree as his life spirit plant. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun quickly made up his mind. In the future, my third natal spiritual plant will be the spiritual seed that this tree may breed in the future. As for the third level Zhengyun Lingxing tree that I have used for many years to breed spiritual seeds, if it can breed spiritual seeds in another 10 or 20 years, or a total of 36 years, I will keep it in the clan for future use. Even if it is not bred, it doesn't matter if I wait another 36 years. On the contrary, among the younger generation of the family, the boy Nianchuan, who has the most outstanding spiritual plant talent and has been called a genius in spiritual plants since he was a child, is concerned about the way of swordsmanship and takes the path of spiritual plants as a supplement, and combat power is the main thing. Even if the family has a spiritual seed of the Zhengyun Lingxing, and this boy's spiritual plants enter the third level in the future, 9 out of 10 will not want the spiritual seed of the Lingxiao Lingxing tree as his natal spiritual plant. This child is more likely to crave the spiritual seed of the family's extraordinary combat power, the Frost Spirit Tree, which may breed in the near future. And over the years, this Frost Spiritual Tree has been sitting over Lingxiao Thousand Star Lake, and I have rarely used the method of breeding spiritual seeds on it. I think after a dozen years, when the tree reaches the 36-year time limit, the probability of breeding spiritual seeds is not high. After my spiritual planting enters the third stage, I will have to use more secret methods to increase the breeding of spiritual seeds on it, so as to prepare for Nianchuan's spiritual planting to enter the third stage in the future. However, the family elder Cheng Yuan is on the verge of breaking through the Jinden realm. He is also a spiritual planting husband. His talent in spiritual planting is second only to Nianchuan. The probability of him entering the third stage of spiritual planting is not small, and he has always been steady. He's known for not doing dangerous things and not going to dangerous places. It is estimated that if this kid's spiritual planting enters the third stage in the future, he will think of a way to get the spiritual seeds of the Zhengyun Lingxing tree as the third natal spiritual plant. Whether it is a spiritual plant such as a spiritual tree or a spiritual medicine, the higher the grade, the lower the probability of breeding spiritual seeds and the longer it takes to breed spiritual seeds. Among all the spiritual plants, the spiritual tree is the most difficult to breed spiritual seeds. It is even more difficult for spiritual plants that have entered the third level to breed spiritual seeds. Even if the third level low-grade longevity spiritual apricot tree obtained by the family in the early years had the help of Ling Pengyun, an old spiritual plant husband, and accumulated for 36 years with the help of secret methods, there was only about a 30% probability of breeding spiritual seeds. Once it fails, 36 years will be wasted, and everything will have to start all over again. As for this small tree, it cannot be directly sacrificed by the spiritual plant husband to become a life spiritual plant. Its key is already formed, and it is difficult to use the spiritual plant's secret method to transform it into something of the same origin. Only the spiritual seeds that have just been condensed by the spiritual plant but have not yet achieved their own key can be sacrificed and refined into life spiritual plants after being baptized by the spiritual plant husband with secret methods for a period of time. After thinking so much, Ling Pengyun also withdrew his mind. Then, he directly used the method of increasing the breeding of spiritual seeds on the little one IU blood jade tree, which was only at the key training level. Although, the higher the grade of the spiritual plant, the higher the quality of the spiritual seeds bred in the future. However, this situation only occurs in ordinary spiritual plants. For example, it is difficult to breed spiritual seeds for mutant spiritual plants, such as the little one IU blood jade tree, but once bred, the quality of the spiritual seeds will not be bad. Moreover, Ling Pengyun has planned to pass the yin and yang Taichu Qi to increase the quality of the spiritual seeds that this tree will breed in the future. He does not plan to wait until the tree reaches the foundation building or golden elixir level before breeding spiritual seeds. In contrast, although the quality of the spiritual seeds bred by such mutant spiritual plants is generally not bad, once the spiritual seeds are bred, the source consumed by such mutant spiritual plants will be extremely large, and it will take a long time to heal and restore the source afterwards. As the secret method of nurturing spiritual seeds was performed, the small 1 IU blood jade tree gradually moved its vitality to the middle of the main trunk. In that place, a vortex the size of a fingernail, but with a strong suction force, gradually formed, slowly absorbing the spiritual power mixed with a large amount of blood in the tree. And every time it absorbed the trace of this special spiritual power, the vitality of the vortex would be stronger. However, this vitality is only the vitality of the small 1 IU blood jade tree after all. Only when a new vitality is evolved in this special vitality vortex, this tree will have the possibility of nurturing spiritual seeds. Soon, Ling Pengyun ended this spell. In the future, even if this method of increasing the probability of nurturing spiritual seeds is no longer used on this tree can slowly use the vitality vortex as a seed to try to nurture spiritual seeds on its own. Of course, it is best to perform the nurturing spiritual seed technique on it every day, so as to increase the probability of nurturing spiritual seeds on this tree. Judging from the speed at which this tree is breeding spiritual seeds now, the time required for this small 1 IU blood jade tree to breed spiritual seeds should be the same as that required for ordinary spiritual plants in the early stage of key training, which is only 3 years. In this way, if this tree can breed spiritual seeds in one go, I can sacrifice it and refine it into my third natal spiritual plant before the monster beast rebellion. Then, perhaps I can gain some opportunities during the monster beast rebellion, and all this depends on this tree. Ling Pengyun's face showed some anticipation. Chapter 760 Master Mu Ping commissioned to make an elixir. Then, Ling Pengyun took out 3 bottles of first-level lower-grade spiritual water for cultivation from his storage bag, opened the bottle caps, and placed them in front of the little 1 IU blood jade tree in front of him. As Ling Pengyun's mind moved, the body of the little 1 IU blood jade tree trembled slightly, and 3 little finger-thick roots slowly crawled from the roots of the tree, along the mouths of the 3 glass bottles, and then absorbed the spiritual water in them. It also slowly used the spiritual water to cultivate. Because this tree was grafted from the branches of a mutant spiritual plant, its spiritual intelligence is much higher than that of ordinary spiritual trees of the same level. With the help of a breath of yin and yang primordial energy, its spiritual intelligence has also greatly increased. Although its current spiritual intelligence is difficult to support it to comprehend the profound secret method of the art of spiritual consciousness transformation, it has also given it some thoughts. Therefore, although it is not Ling Pengyun's natal spiritual plant, it can understand Ling Pengyun's command and absorb the spiritual water of heaven and earth in the 3 glass bottles on its own. The reason why this tree listens to Ling Pengyun so much is that Ling Pengyun placed a special spiritual plant restriction on it when it was born half a year ago. As long as Ling Pengyun has a thought, he can kill it. In addition, every time Ling Pengyun comes here, he will give it some spiritual objects and treat it very well. This 1 IU Zufi tree, which is still in its ignorant period, has gradually been tamed by Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun is more and more satisfied with this obedient little tree. After all, he doesn't want to cultivate a 1 IU Zufi spiritual tree like the one in Dantian Island that doesn't obey his orders. For this reason, he has been cultivating this tree more and more. From elixirs to the spiritual water of heaven and earth today, he has never been stingy with this tree. The key training monsters found for this tree are all those in the late stage of key training, or even the perfect key training monsters. There is no one in the early and middle stages of key training. As for cultivating this tree with the blood and soul of monster beasts, although it will also cause this tree to cause great killing sins, causing this tree to bear some resentment, making its future path more difficult. However, this move will cause much less resentment than the tree directly absorbing the blood and soul of the human race as cultivation resources. Of course, this tree will also be difficult to refine due to the impure blood of the monster beasts it absorbs, and the power of the monster beast's souls is weak, etc., which makes the cultivation speed relatively slow. However, nowadays, with enough spiritual water from heaven and earth to help, the cultivation speed of this tree will not be worse than the cultivation speed of absorbing the blood and soul of the human race. After doing all this, Ling Pengyun also turned around and followed a passage back to his cultivation cave on the top of Lingxiao Mountain. As for that underground space, apart from him, only Yan Siai, the clan leader Ling Yanhong and other family golden elixirs knew about it. He did not tell the rest of the people, and he also used an independent third-level inferior formation on Lingxiao Mountain to cover up the place. Even a cultivator in the early stage of the golden core would not necessarily be able to notice that the middle of Lingxiao Mountain was empty, and there was a mystery hidden inside. However, before he could sit cross-legged in the cave for a few days of meditation, a communication talisman broke the tranquility of the place. He was also startled and opened his eyes. Then he took the communication talisman in his hand and carefully read the words written in it. After reading it, his expression became more joyful. After 2 years of waiting, the last batch of Joan grass is finally here. He also stood up and turned into a breeze and left the cave directly. When he appeared next time, he had already appeared in the reception hall outside the clan land. And here, there was already a middle-aged cultivator wearing a black robe, a little thin, and a humble face waiting here. Beside him, there was also a Ling family key training cultivator who had been stationed in the reception hall all year round, standing beside him, serving him tea and water. This move showed the status of the black-robed cultivator. At this time, Ling Pengyun, who had just entered the teleportation hall, also had a smile on his face. He bowed slightly to the black-robed monk sitting on a chair in the hall and said hello. I haven't seen Taoist Muping for a long time. Taoist Muping is still as low-key as in previous years, and he is dressed so simply. This is not a derogatory word. The black-robed monk here is the third-level lower-grade spiritual plant husband Master Muping, who met Ling Pengyun and Yan Siai because of being ambushed in the early years. And this Master Muping is from the Fuyun Xianzhuang, one of the 3 oldest Yuanying sects in the righteous way of the northern wilderness Xiuxin world, and his status is very high. As a cultivator of this sect, he naturally has the Taoist robes of this sect. The Taoist robes of Fuyun Xianzhuang are a symbol of status. Compared with the ordinary black robes on Master Muping, the black robes are indeed a bit simpler. At the same time, when Master Muping saw Ling Pengyun, the big money bag, coming, he immediately showed a happy expression on his face. He also stood up and bowed to Ling Pengyun in a humble manner. Fellow Taoist Ling, please don't make fun of me. You know that I am not strong. If I wear a gorgeous robe, I am afraid that I will be targeted by those powerful evil cultivators, and the scene of me being hunted down by evil cultivators will reappear. By then, with my strength, it will be difficult for me to escape. But then again, if I hadn't met you and your wife when I was hunted down, I am afraid I would not have been spared at that time. After saying this, Master Muping still had some lingering fear on his face. When Ling Pengyun heard this, he remembered that when Master Muping was being hunted down, he took out several third-level defensive magic weapons and a large number of defensive talismans and pasted them all over his body. He smiled and spoke. Fellow Taoist, you are too modest. There were as many as 3 giants who were chasing you back then, but you were still able to handle it with ease. I'm afraid that even without my wife and I, you could have escaped safely. Let's not talk about this anymore. Fellow Taoist, can you bring the last batch of Joan grass that you promised 5 years ago? Upon hearing this, Master Muping's expression became more and more uncontrollable. Then, he patted the storage bag on his waist, took out a full 40 high-level soul-locking jade boxes, and sent them to Ling Pengyun with the help of the control technique. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also raised his hand and used the control technique to open the 40 soul-locking jade boxes. Suddenly, he saw that each soul-locking jade box contained a green Joan grass with an aura as high as the 3rd level, extraordinary value, and a green body. There were a total of 40 plants. Seeing that their quality was not bad, and could be considered as medium quality, and the grades were indeed in the realm of the 3rd order, Ling Pengyun's face was more smiling. He closed the 40 soul-locking jade boxes again and put them into the storage bag. However, He then summoned a full 72 medicine bottles from the storage bag and handed them to Master Mu Ping, saying with a smile, "These contain the Jiyuan Dan refined from the 33rd order inferior Jiyuan grasses that Aoyao sent to our clan 2 years ago. There are a total of 72 pills, and each medicine bottle contains one. The success rate of refining these Jiyuan Dans is guaranteed by our clan at 60%, and the number of successful pills in each furnace is guaranteed to be 4, which is not disappointing Aoyao." After hearing this, Master Mu Ping quickly opened the caps of the medicine bottles and carefully checked the quality of each Jiyuan Dan in them. Seeing that they were all of medium quality, his eyes suddenly glowed with brilliance. "I can make a lot of money again. The alchemy agreement reached with the Ling family in the early years is really a sure win. I am also really lucky. I met the third-level alchemist of the Ling family who is in need of a large number of third-level spiritual medicines to refine third-level pills to break through the bottleneck of alchemy. Ha ha ha. And the last batch of 40 Jillian grass is given to the Ling family this time. It is estimated that in a few years, they can also bring me a valuable Jillian pill under the refinement of the Ling family's alchemist. By then, my wealth will definitely be even more substantial. My future in this avenue is really promising. Maybe in the future, I will have a chance to explore the late stage of the golden pill." Thinking of this, Master Mu Ping was even more happy. In the past 5 years, he has given a total of 3 batches of Jillian grass to the Ling family. The first 2 batches were refined into pills, 30 and 30 respectively, totaling 60 Jillian grasses. The last batch of Jillian grass was 40, which was the Jillian grass that Master Mu Ping just gave to Ling Pengyun. The Ling family also refined 72 Jillian pills from the first 30 Jillian grasses. The 72 Jillian pills Ling Pengyun gave were refined from the second batch of Jillian grasses. The 2 batches of pills added together amounted to 144 pills. The lower grade Jillian pills of the third order were worth at least 3,000 Lingxi on the market, so 144 pills were worth 432,000 Lingxi. Moreover, this pill was extremely scarce on the market, and many Jindan's Henren were eager for it. Basically, as long as Jillian pills of this grade appeared on the market, they would be snatched up. He had only spent 60 Jillian grasses in the past few years. Each of these Jillian grasses could only be sold for 1,500 Lingxi, and 30 of them were only 90,000 Lingxi. In just 2 years, his capital had increased by 4 or 5 times, so he was naturally happy. Chapter 761 Ling Clan's 72 Spiritual Veins. Master Mu Ping also smiled and said to Ling Pengyun, "The noble is really trustworthy. The quality and quantity of this batch of pills are correct." After saying this, he paused for a moment, and then with a bit of curiosity, he said another sentence. "By the way, fellow Taoist, I see that many of the quality of this batch of Jiyuan Dan is close to the superior quality, which is much better than the quality of the previous batch of Jiyuan Dan. But the noble alchemist has broken through the bottleneck of alchemy and entered the realm of the third-level middle grade." Ling Pengyun did not hide it, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "That's right, this is also thanks to the 60 Jiyuan grasses that fellow Taoist has entrusted to my clan over the years. If it weren't for the help of the 60 Jiyuan grasses, the alchemist of my clan would probably still be stuck in the realm of the third-level lower grade in alchemy. I would like to thank fellow Taoist on behalf of the alchemist of my clan." The alchemist they were talking about was naturally the third-level alchemist, who was the strongest in the Ling family in the alchemy way, and the head of the Ling family, Ling Yunhong. Upon hearing this, Master Mu Ping's eyes lit up, and he immediately spoke. "That's not possible. I really feel unworthy of your thanks, fellow Taoist. With the great benefit that your alchemist has offered to help refine the Jiyuan pill, I'm afraid that even without me, the noble can collect a large number of third-grade Jiyuan grass. And now, it's a natural thing for the noble alchemist to reach the third-grade middle level. Instead, I should thank the noble alchemist. If it weren't for the contribution of the alchemist, fellow Taoist, I would not have been able to obtain such a large number of Jiyuan pills with the help of the Jiyuan grass I planted. It's a pity that the alchemist has been too busy refining pills, and I have never been able to meet him, otherwise I would have come to thank him. And now, these words of thanks can only be conveyed by fellow Taoist. By the way, fellow Taoist Ling, now the alchemist of your clan has also reached the third-grade middle level. I wonder if this alchemist will continue to accept external orders for alchemy with the same high success rate and number of pills as before. A few years ago, in order to get more Jillian grass from the third-level spiritual plant husband Mu Ping's Henren, Ling Pengyun agreed to the agreement that the success rate of Julian pills made with the Julian grass in his hands would be at least 60%, and the number of pills after each furnace was successful would be at least 4. And the reason why Henren Mu Ping asked this question at this moment was naturally to make more money from the Ling family. Although he no longer had the third-level Julian grass and other third-level spiritual medicines, he still had several third-level spiritual plant husbands in Fu Ai and Xianzong. Those friends, like him, all had several acres of third-level spiritual fields in Fu Ai and Xianzong and planted a lot of third-level Julian grass or other third-level spiritual medicines. Ling Pengyun was very satisfied with what Henren Mu Ping said. After laughing twice, he spoke. Haha, I will definitely take this, thank you to you. Dao Iao Mu Ping, you are too polite. As for taking on the alchemy business, I was just about to talk to you about it. Back then, our clan promised you that the success rate and number of successful pills in refining Julian pills were so high. It was simply to help our alchemist to gather more spiritual materials for refining third-grade pills and help him break through the alchemy grade. The idea was not to make much profit. But now, our alchemist has broken through the bottleneck of alchemy and entered the third-level middle-grade realm. Naturally, our alchemist should start to earn spirit stones through alchemy. Besides, the monster rebellion that happens once every 100 years in my northern wilderness cultivation world is approaching, and our alchemist is also refining a few furnaces of third-level pills for our clan. Time is not enough. If we want to take on the alchemy business, we have to give up refining pills for our clan. Therefore, if you have spare third-level spiritual medicines in the future and plan to ask our clan to refine ordinary third-level low-grade elixirs, the success rate of refining elixirs will be reduced to 50%, and the number of successful elixirs per successful furnace will also be reduced from 4 to 3.5. That is, if you successfully refine 2 furnaces of elixirs, our clan can only guarantee 7 successful elixirs, which is 1 less than before. Of course, for the batch of 40 Julian grasses given by you this time, our clan will still refine them for you according to the previous rules of 60% success rate and 4 successful elixirs. I hope you can understand that our clan has changed the conditions for refining elixirs. After hearing this, Master Mu Ping felt a little regretful, but he was still a little more enthusiastic. Although the conditions for refining elixirs mentioned by Ling Pengyun this time reduced the success rate and the number of successful elixirs, the conditions were still good. You know, most of the third-level alchemists in the outside world, and even in Fu Ai and Xianzong, can only guarantee a success rate of 30% or 40% at most when helping to refine third-level low-grade elixirs, and only a few can guarantee a 50% probability. The number of successful elixirs can generally only guarantee 3, and there are very few alchemists who can guarantee up to 7 successful elixirs in 2 furnaces. And the alchemists who can guarantee a high success rate and a number of successful elixirs are basically booked by giant and cultivators. Even as a third-level spiritual plant husband, it is difficult for Master Mu Ping to ask such an alchemist to help refine a large number of elixirs. Under such circumstances, Ling, who can take a large amount of third-level spiritual medicines and refine them into elixirs, and can guarantee a very high success rate and a number of successful elixirs, is an excellent partner. There is some profit to be made. Master Mu Ping said secretly. Then he spoke. The conditions for alchemy are good, I am satisfied. And I will be able to harvest a batch of third-level Julian grass and a small amount of third-level low-grade Huchin grass in the near future. Then I will have to trouble the noble alchemist again. The spiritual medicine he was talking about was naturally not planted by himself, but by his friends who were third-level spiritual plants in Fu Ai and Xianzong. In the future, as long as he gave those friends enough benefits, he could get the spiritual medicines from his friends, and then take them to Ling's to refine into pills, and earn a middleman fee. Although this middleman fee is much less than the benefits he could get from entrusting Ling's alchemy with his own spiritual plants in the past, it can still be regarded as a considerable income. It is no problem for him to earn tens of thousands of spiritual stones for 1 middleman fee. After Ling Pengyun heard what Master Mu Ping said, he also had a little more joy on his face. The reason why he gave Master Mu Ping so many benefits from alchemy was naturally to attract Master Mu Ping, a spiritual plant husband who is backed by the Fuayan Immortal sect, so that he could find more third-level spiritual medicines for grandfather Ling Yanhong to help him refine the medicine. In this way, Ling Yanhong could make a lot of money by refining the medicine. Since Ling Yanhong entered the realm of the third-level middle-grade medicine, His success rate in refining ordinary third-level low-grade medicines, such as Jiyuandan, has increased by half a percentage point compared to the past, and can be stabilized at 65%. Although the number of pills Ling Yanhuang can still only be stabilized at 40%, there is a 3% probability that he can make 5 pills at a time. Under this circumstance, Ling Yanhuang, the alchemist, can earn 21 Jiyuandan for every 20 furnaces of Jiyuandan, an ordinary third-level low-grade medicine, for Master Mu Ping, and can get about 60,000 spiritual stones. After careful calculation, Ling Yanhuang can earn benefits worth 2,000 spiritual stones as long as he refines 1 furnace of medicine. This is also the reason why Ling Yanhuang, who has been in seclusion for many years to refine pills, asked Ling Pengyun to help cooperate with Master Mu Ping again. At this time, Ling Pengyun also said with a smile, "Dao Yao can understand the difficulties of our clan and agree to this alchemy transaction. I am really grateful. It is not a troublesome thing to entrust our clan to refine pills. With a friendship between our clan and Dao Yao, as long as Dao Yao has enough third-level inferior spiritual medicines and needs help to refine third-level inferior pills, our clan can help." Then, the two chatted for a few more words. Ling Pengyun also took this opportunity to ask Master Mu Ping when the 4 third-level inferior miasma-breaking pills and 1 creation purple cloud pill that Master Mu Ping promised to give him in the early years would be given. Master Mu Ping planted many rare spiritual plants in Fu Ai and Xianzong, including poison grass, the main material of miasma-breaking pills, and purple cloud flower, the main material of creation purple cloud pills. 5 years ago, these 2 spiritual materials were not yet mature, but 2 years ago, these 2 spiritual plants were mature. At that time, Jianmu's Henrin brought the news that he had handed over the poison grass and Zion flower to a senior alchemist of Fu Ai and Xianzong to help refine the elixir. The time required to refine the Paksha pill and the creation Zion pill is extremely long. It is estimated that it will take about 1 or 2 years for the senior alchemist of our sect to refine them. If those elixirs are successfully refined, I will definitely deliver them to your door in person, so that fellow Taoists will not have to wait any longer. Zhenren Muping said. "Thank you very much, fellow Taoist," Ling Pengyun said with a smile. After that, the two chatted about their experience with spiritual plants, and Zhenren Muping said goodbye and left this place, returning to the direction of Fu Ai and Xianzong. Ling Pengyun also left the reception hall and returned to the Ling family land that was covered with clouds all day long. This Ling family land has undergone earth-shaking changes since Ling Pengyun, a third-level formation master, came into being. The territory of the Lingxiao clan has not only expanded from the original 5 li range to the current 100,000 li range. Moreover, the number of mountains that originally only had a dozen peaks in the depths of the clan has now doubled, and there are currently 36 peaks. What's more, the number of spiritual veins in the clan has also increased by 1 or 2 times, reaching 72. The lowest grade of these spiritual veins is 2nd grade, and there are 2 3rd-grade spiritual veins. In addition to the original more than 10 2nd-grade spiritual veins and 1 3rd-grade medium-grade spiritual vein, the remaining dozens of 2nd-grade spiritual veins were all migrated from various territories of the Ling family by the formation master Ling Pengyun in recent years with the help of the 3rd-grade migration formation. The extra 3rd-grade spiritual vein is the 3rd-grade fire vein that Ling Pengyun learned from Yan Qing. Last year, Ling Pengyun took Ling Pengyun to the Boundless Sea area to cultivate immortals and migrated the fire vein and its accompanying treasure refining fire pool to the clan. The purpose of this is to enhance the spiritual energy within the Ling clan's territory, so as to support the cultivation of the large number of Ling clan cultivators, the growth of spiritual plants, and the cultivation of captive monsters. The number of spiritual veins in this area is also determined by these 3 situations. The place with the most spiritual veins is the 36 peaks deep in the clan's territory. Among them, 34 peaks have a 2nd-level spiritual vein. The 2 deepest peaks, which are thousands of feet high, have the only 2 3rd-level spiritual veins in this area. One is Lingxiao Mountain, the Ling clan's mountain. The spiritual vein here is of the 3rd-level middle grade. The other place with a 3rd-level fire vein is named Hoxiao Mountain by the Ling clan. The 2 areas with the 2nd largest number of spiritual veins are the spiritual plant field area on the left side of the clan's periphery and the captive spirit beast area. The number of spiritual veins in these 2 places is 18 respectively. The number of spiritual fields in the spiritual field area has reached hundreds of acres. The number of captive spirit beasts has reached more than 3,000. If the more than 1,000 spirit beasts in Lingxiao Maturation Lake are added, the Ling family currently has more than 4,000 spirit beasts. At the same time, the 72 spirit veins in this clan land were also linked together by Ling Pengyun using a special formation, which can help the Ling family's clan land to open the third grade upper grade 10,000 beasts fusion formation that protects the clan when necessary. The gathering of many spirit veins here also makes this place more spiritual and the vegetation more lush. Even the Lingxiao Lake, which is formed by the long river water falling from the sky in this land, has become clearer. The speed of the newly born little demon beasts in the group of spirit beasts that have been living next to Lingxiao Lake for many years has also become much faster because of the spiritual energy of this place. In addition, the second-level low-grade ghost vein that Ling Pengyun, the first ghost cultivator of the Ling family, discovered in the border area of Chen State adjacent to Yan State when he was not yet a cultivator, was also moved back to the clan land by Ling Pengyun with the help of the formation. The ghost vein is now in a small valley in the 36 mountains area deep in the clan land, shrouded in clouds and mist all day long. Except for the family leaders, the rest of the clan members don't know about this place. Ling Pengyun, as well as the two ghost cultivators Wang Shi and Wang Yu who he accepted in his early years, are now also cultivating in that valley. And this small valley with ghost veins was named Ghost Star Valley by Ling Pengyun after Ling Pengyun's name. After collecting his distracting thoughts, Ling Pengyun quickly reached the top of Fire Sky Mountain in the 36 mountains deep in the clan land. This place is extremely hot and the temperature is extremely high, so no weeds grow on the ground, but there are 3 acres of quasi third-level spiritual fields here, in which many fire-attributed spiritual plants are planted. In addition, there is also a cave residence here. Ling Pengyun walked to the door of the cave and knocked gently. Soon, the door was opened, and a little girl with delicate features, who looked very well behaved, with a scent of elixir on her body, and wearing Ling's Taoist robes, walked out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762 Ling Wangxing Fire Mountain. When the little girl saw Ling Pengyun coming, she immediately smiled sweetly, and then she bowed to Ling Pengyun and called him. I haven't seen you, Grandpa Pengyun, for many days. Zinger misses you more and more. When Ling Pengyun heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he raised his hand, patted the little girl's head, and said with a smile, "You want me to bring you something delicious, right? This is a bit like your Aunt Changping back then." After saying that, he took out 2 bottles of fruit flower honey and a few kilograms of spiritual mulberries from his storage bag, handed them to the little girl, and asked another question. "By the way, have you been following Grandpa Yun Hong to practice alchemy recently?" The little girl was the only daughter of the family's great elder Ling Pengyun. When the Ling family formed an alliance with the 2 major forces of Wunayao Valley and Qingshi Taoist Temple nearly 10 years ago, in order to let the 2 major forces of Wunayao Valley and Qingshi Taoist Temple see the sincerity of the Ling family, Ling Pengyun took a second-level alchemist from Wunayao Valley and Qingshi Taoist Temple, and a second-level talisman maker as concubines. He had no legal wife at first, but after his second-level alchemist wife Wan gave birth to Ling Wangxing, a daughter with 3 spiritual roots, Ling Pengyun liked Wan even more, and she was also considered by Ling Pengyun as his legal wife. As a result, Wan's status in the Ling family gradually improved, and the resources she obtained were not comparable to when she was a concubine. Ling Pengyun's only daughter, Ling Wangxing, belongs to the 1 generation among the 6 generations of the family currently alive: Yun, Xiao, Peng, Chang, Wan, Li. She just turned 9 this year and was diagnosed with 3 spiritual roots last year. This aptitude ranks her among the upper middle level even in the entire Ling family. In addition, this little Ling Wangxing showed a good talent for alchemy 6 months ago. She made very fast progress in comprehending the secrets of alchemy, and can be regarded as a little alchemy genius. In the future, this girl has a great probability of entering the second-level alchemy. After Ling Pengyun learned about this, In view of the contribution of the great elder Ling Pengyun in managing the affairs of the entire family for many years, he personally went to find the alchemist Ling Yunhong, who was in seclusion in Lingxiao Mountain to make alchemy and was the highest level of the family's alchemy, and talked to him about Ling Wangxing. The clan leader Ling Yunhong was also very happy to take Ling Wangxing by his side and personally train her in alchemy. Ling Yunhong would return to Lingxiao Mountain from Lingxiao Qiangxing Lake because of the third-level fire vein in the mountain. Ling Pengyun, the third-level formation master of the family, arranged a third-level lower-grade aggregate fire formation in the mountain, and built a third-level alchemy fire mouth in the cave of the mountain, which greatly helped Ling Yunhong, a third-level middle-grade alchemist, in the process of alchemy. In addition, Ling Pengyun also built a third-level refining fire mouth in the cave on the top of the mountain, and 5 second-level alchemy fire mouths and refining fire mouths at the bottom of the mountain. The third-level refining fire mouth is a fire mouth dedicated to Ling Pengyun, and the fire mouths at the bottom of the mountain are used to supply the family's second-level alchemists and refiners. As for the spiritual places such as the ground fire cave and the spiritual fire that are more helpful for refining tools and alchemy, although the Ling family controls many lands, there are many, but there are no third-level ground fire caves and spiritual fires. At present, the highest-grade underground fire cave controlled by the Ling family is a second-grade upper-grade underground fire cave, and the family's dark blue volcano that has just entered the second-grade realm. The former was cultivated by the original owner of the Ling family's land, the 10,000 Beast sect, and the latter was found by Ling Pengyun's wife Yan Sai in the dark river at the Lingxiao Qiangxing Lake in her early years. Now, these two spiritual places have been brought back to the family land by Ling Pengyun with the help of formations, and are located in the 36 mountains here. The location of the underground fire cave is called Underground Fire Mountain, which is the exclusive place of Ling Chengxin, the young generation of alchemy leader of the family. Although there are some first-grade alchemy and refining fire mouths in this mountain to supply the family members with alchemy and magic tools, the rest of the family members are not allowed to practice in that mountain. The blue spiritual fire produced by the dark blue volcano that can breed demon spirits is also helpful for cultivators to refine magic tools and elixirs. However, in order to speed up the volcano's upgrade, Ling Pengyun was reluctant to let his clansmen borrow the spiritual fire from the volcano, and instead sealed the mountain with a formation. He also spread the word among the clan that the mountain would not be opened unless it reached the third level. This move did work, and the aura of the spiritual volcano has been steadily improving over the past year. As for the Lingxiao Qiangxing Lake area where Ling Yunhong was stationed in his early years, Ling Pengyun has now delegated power to Ling Chengping, who he brought up since childhood, to manage it. Her husband Lin Fan, a beast master, is also there. The girl withdrew her distracting thoughts and saw that Ling Pengyun had spoken what she was thinking. 2 red clouds suddenly appeared on her fair cheeks. However, when she saw the fruit flower honey and spiritual mulberries handed over by Ling Pengyun, her clear eyes suddenly became bright and a smile appeared on her face. Therefore, she said to Ling Pengyun sweetly, "Grandpa is indeed the best grandfather in the world. Zinger has of course learned alchemy from Grandpa Yunhong. In a few months, I will officially enter the alchemy path." Hearing this, Ling Pengyun's smile on his face became even brighter, and he also said to the little girl in front of him, "Then I'm waiting for the day when you enter the alchemy path. At that time, I will give you a big gift." When the little girl heard the word big gift, the light in her eyes became brighter, like 2 sparkling gems. She also said excitedly, "Grandpa, is it delicious?" Ling Pengyun was amused by this girl and laughed twice. "Ha ha ha, you silly girl, why are you always thinking about eating? But since you said so, I will find some delicious food for you that the family doesn't have." The little girl couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she heard it. She smiled foolishly and was already looking forward to what the elder Ling Pengyun would give her. When Ling Pengyun saw the girl like this, he secretly had an idea in his heart. The little girl is well behaved, not as stubborn as Qingshi. If we can safely survive the monster rebellion this time and usher in 100 years of safety, we can try to have another child. At that time, I will use some secret methods of controlling vitality in the third-level spiritual plants, which should also increase the probability of giving birth to a girl. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's face also became more happy. Then, he also asked the little girl in front of him, "I almost forgot the important matter, Zinger, Grandpa Yunhong has come out of retreat." Ling Wangxing shook his head and said, "No, Grandpa Yunhong has been very busy in the past year, and has been in seclusion to make pills. Only at the end of each month, Grandpa Yunhong will come out to teach me a day's knowledge of the way of alchemy. Ling Pengyun frowned slightly when he heard this. Grandpa Yunhong has been really working hard in the way of alchemy in recent years. After this tense period, it is time to persuade Grandpa Yunhong to stop practicing the way of alchemy and turn to quiet cultivation to improve his cultivation. In recent years, in order to improve the way of alchemy to the third-level middle grade realm as soon as possible, so as to refine some special pills to improve the strength of the family's golden pill and to deal with the chaos of monsters, Ling Yunhong has been in seclusion to refine pills, and has not had much free time. Even the last time Ling Pengyun saw Ling Yunhong was during the battle between the righteous and the evil in the Yuan kingdom. After a sigh, Ling Pengyun patted the storage bag on his waist, summoned out the 43rd level low-grade Juan grass he had just obtained from Master Mu Ping, and handed them to Ling Wangxing, saying, "Zinger, please give these spiritual medicines to Grandpa Yunhong after he comes out of retreat." "Okay." Ling Wangxing replied, and then took the Juan grass. Ling Pengyun also told Ling Wangxing to take a good rest, then left the place and returned to the cave on the top of Lingxiao Mountain. The fire vein in Lingxiao Mountain only produces fire spiritual energy, which is not suitable for cultivators like him who practice water-attributed exercises. However, this spiritual vein in Lingxiao Mountain is a 5-element spiritual vein that can produce 5-element spiritual energy. Chapter 763 Feng Yingpeng's determination to the golden elixir. Ling's golden elixir spirit. About half a month later, in a cave practice room at the top of Lingxiao Mountain, Ling Pengyun, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing in silence, suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. With a thought, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a very spacious practice room next door. There was a huge green-haired peng bird crawling here, but this peng was awake and opened its eyes, looking up and screaming with endless joy, as if celebrating something. At this time, this peng also noticed Ling Pengyun's arrival, and it also became a little excited and spoke to Ling Pengyun in human language. "Master, I have comprehended the family's method of tempering the demon beast meridians to perfection. At present, the strength of my meridians is comparable to that of the demon beasts in the early stage of the golden elixir. And the family's more advanced method of tempering the demon beast's spiritual consciousness, I have comprehended it to the great perfection level early on, and have the spiritual consciousness of the early stage of the golden elixir. In this way, plus the help of the opportunity you gave me in the early years, and my own meridians are already strong, which can increase the probability of entering the golden elixir by half. I have at least a 35% probability of trying to break through the golden elixir realm. This probability is already not low. Even if there is no golden elixir spiritual object, I have some confidence to try to break through the golden elixir." After saying these words, there was a little more determination between the eyebrows of this peng, and then this peng spoke again. "Master, I want to try to break through the golden elixir realm immediately." This peng is the Wind Shadow Peng who used to sit on Guiling Island in the Boundless Sea area for many years. As early as 3 or 4 years ago, after Guiling Island was pacified by it and the leaders of the Guiling Island branch, Ling Pengyun, Ling Qingshi and others, there was no other thing on Guiling Island. When Ling Pengyun and Yan Siyi sent the batch of golden elixir spiritual objects purchased at the meteorite auction back to the family to help the Renshu blue cloud grass into golden elixir, Ling Pengyun brought this peng back to the family and let him practice in the family. I didn't expect that you, Peng Bird, have reached this step earlier than Chang Xin and Cheng Yuan, the 2 Jindan seedlings, and you have the opportunity to have the Jindan, which is really good. However, you have only been in the Tao for more than 110 years, more than 10 years later than me. As a monster, your lifespan is long, and you still have at least 300 or 400 years to live. And with your aptitude that has been improved by the Yin-Yang primordial key, if you are given some more time, I'm afraid you will comprehend the 8-level advanced method of tempering the monster's consciousness to perfection, and it is possible that you will have the consciousness of the middle stage of the Jindan realm in advance when you build the foundation. By then, perhaps you can also try to break through the Jindan alone like the black armored tortoise did at the beginning, and have the possibility of condensing a superior Jindan, so as to get a more ambitious path. Under these circumstances, I don't agree that you are so hasty to try to break through the Jindan realm. After hearing what Feng Yingpeng said, Ling Pengyun frowned and rejected Feng Yingpeng's proposal. Only when a cultivator or a demon beast condenses a superior golden elixir without any external aid can they condense it. The cultivation speed of a cultivator or a demon beast with a superior golden elixir is at least 50% faster than that of a cultivator or a demon beast that only condenses a medium-level golden elixir. In the future, there is a great probability that they can enter the late stage of the golden elixir, and there is also a chance that they can reach the state of perfection of the golden elixir. Even when facing the condensation of the nascent soul, this superior golden elixir can increase the success rate by half. Moreover, Ling Pengyun learned from the black armored turtle that condensed a superior golden elixir how much benefit condensing a superior golden elixir would bring to the demon beast. You know, when the black armored turtle successfully entered the golden elixir, it obtained a rare medium-level defensive magical power water absorbing and armor cultivating technique from the blood feedback. With the help of this technique, the strength of this turtle is enough to directly rise by 2 small realms. As a result, Ling Pengyun had a better view of Feng Yingpeng's future. He also wanted this Peng to be like the black armored turtle and have a greater future. He could also get another powerful helper. No, Master, I have made up my mind to break through the Jinden. The monster rebellion is imminent, and the Master and the Ling family are in need of Jinden combat power. And I have another chance to try to break through the Jinden. If I don't break through the Jinden, I will still only be a foundation building cultivation. In the monster rebellion, I will just be a burden and can't help the Master and the Ling family. I don't want to do that. If the Master doesn't allow it, I will try to condense the Jinden right now. Feng Yingpeng was a little depressed when he heard Ling Pengyun's refusal, but he was more determined. Ling Pengyun's face trembled when he heard this. He didn't expect that this Feng Yingpeng actually had such an idea. He also had a higher opinion of this Feng Yingpeng. And the dilemma that Feng Yingpeng said was indeed the case. During the monster rebellion, the Ling family and even the entire Yan state will be retaliated by the Red Gold Bear clan. Facing such a powerful enemy, it would be best if the Ling family could have one more golden core. He looked at the Feng Yingpeng and sighed helplessly, then he nodded. Since you said so, I won't persuade you anymore. And I will help you. After saying that, Ling Pengyun took out a storage bag from his arms, summoned a glass bottle and a medicine bottle from it and threw them to the Feng Yingpeng. At the same time, he introduced. The glass bottle contains a common Jinden spirit substance stand-forming liquid that can enhance spiritual consciousness in a short period of time, and the other medicine bottle contains a second-class Jinden spirit substance, the third-level upper-grade elixir, the pulse protection pill. With the help of these 2 things, you can also increase your chances of entering the Jinden realm by 15%. At that time, combined with your own abilities, your chances of success in entering the Jinden realm will be as high as 50%, so you can enter the Jinden realm more steadily. Now, the Dan-forming liquid that Ling Pengyun took out was bought a year ago at the once-a-century auction of the Muigan market, the largest market in the Muigan Sea, under the command of the Muigan Immortal sect in the Boundless Sea cultivation world. In addition, at that auction, he also bought a bottle of common Jinden spirit substance Muigan treasure liquid and a pulse protection pill. Afterwards, he bought an ordinary level Jinden spiritual object Zuanshan water, 2 second-class Jinden pseudo-elixir liquids, and a pulse-protecting pill at an auction held by another ordinary Yuanying clan and several extremely powerful Jinden clans in the Wubianhe Xiuxin world. In order to buy this batch of Jinden spiritual objects, Ling Pengyun and Yan Siai sold the property of the 3 Jinden real people obtained in the battle on Dantian Island, as well as 90% of the high-level spiritual objects obtained from destroying other Jinden forces in previous years. It cost a lot to buy them. There were only some high-level spiritual objects left, which they were reluctant to sell, and many third-level formations. And if we add the 1 pulse protection pill left over from the auction in the Meteorite Sea in Ling Pengyun's early years, and the pseudo-Jidan liquid that he successfully refined and distributed to him by his friend, a third-level upper-grade alchemist from the Boundless Sea cultivation world, who had entrusted the golden elixir obtained from a golden elixir perfect monster killed by a golden elixir cultivator from the Yen kingdom. At present, the Ling family has 9 golden elixir spiritual objects, including 1 Muyuan spiritual liquid, 1 Jidan liquid, 1 Zhuantian water, 3 pseudo-Jidan liquids, and 3 pulse protection pills. However, although there are many of these golden elixir spiritual objects, they are all relatively common Jidan spiritual objects, and there are more second-class golden elixir spiritual objects of lower value, pseudo-Jidan liquid, and pulse protection pills. Their combined value is probably about 2 million spiritual stones. And this batch of golden elixir spiritual objects was also prepared by Ling Pengyun for the Feng Yingpen, the two current golden elixir seedling alchemists Ling Changxin and the great elder Ling Pengyun. At this time, Feng Yingpeng saw Ling Pengyun took out a portion of Dan-forming liquid and a portion of the third grade superior grade pulse protection pill to help him, and he was extremely grateful. He immediately thanked Ling Pengyun. Master, I will remember this favor of increasing your treasures. After I enter the Golden Pill Avenue, I will help you to defeat all enemies and protect you to enter a higher path. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun's face also showed a little more smile. You are thoughtful. Let's talk about business. The 3-street grade protective formation 1 Yago Futyondajan arranged in the clan land has just recovered its power. The monster beast chaos is approaching. Using this formation to resist the thunder tribulation will inevitably damage its power, which is not conducive to our clan's response to the monster beast chaos. So, you can follow me to the Treading Cloud Valley in the Treading Cloud Ridge of the Bayun Mountains. There is a 3-level high-grade lightning-inducing destruction formation arranged for thunder tribulation. With the help of the formation, as long as you can condense the golden elixir, you can easily resolve the golden elixir thunder tribulation. Feng Yingpeng used to stay in Guiling Island in the Boundless Sea for many years. This was the first time it heard about the lightning-inducing destruction formation. For a while, it became more curious about the lightning-inducing destruction formation with unique effects that was specifically aimed at thunder tribulation. Then, it followed Ling Pengyun to leave Lingxiao Mountain, left the Ling clan land, and rushed to the direction of Bayun Mountains. The Bayun Mountains are at the far left of Yan State, millions of miles away from the Lingxiao Mountains where the Ling clan is located. Even Ling Pengyun, a 6th-level giant and cultivator, took 5 or 6 days to reach the Bayun Mountains. After that, he spent several more days on the journey before he arrived at the Treading Cloud Valley. At this time, he also summoned the Feng Yingpeng from the beast bag and placed it in the Treading Cloud Valley. The master of the valley, the Thunder Rat, was driven out of the Treading Cloud Valley by him to protect the Feng Yingpeng in the valley. He himself went to the underground mine cave where the 1st-level upper-grade lightning vein of the Thunder Iron Ore vein site deep underground, which was the same source as the 3rd-level middle-grade lightning vein of the Treading Cloud Valley, and observed the situation of this lightning vein. The last time he came here to observe this lightning vein was 2 or 3 years ago, when Rinshulanai Unkao was trying to break through the Jindan in Treading Cloud Valley. Now, this 1st-class upper-grade lightning vein has the help of a large number of lightning-attributed spiritual objects collected by the Ling family, plus the power of the 3rd-class middle-grade lightning vein of the same origin in the Cloud-Stepping Valley, and it has also stabilized the 3 small realms that were continuously improved that year. In addition, its cultivation has also improved a little. Chapter 764 Feng Yingpeng's pride erased by reality. Ling Pengyun, who noticed the change in the cultivation of the thunder vein here, looked slightly happy. I'm afraid that within 3 years, this thunder spirit vein will have the opportunity to improve its cultivation to the peak of the 1st level. By then, with the help of the 3rd-level middle-grade thunder vein of the main vein in the Cloud-Stepping Valley, it is estimated that it will not be difficult to break through the bottleneck of the 2nd level, and entering the 2nd level is inevitable. And according to the fast cultivation speed of this thunder vein, if there are enough thunder attribute spiritual objects, plus the help of the 3rd-level middle-grade thunder vein in the Cloud-Stepping Valley, perhaps in 100 years, this thunder vein will also have a chance to enter the 3rd level. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's face also showed a little joy. Now, although the Ling family has no rare thunder spirit root cultivators, there are no cultivators who can use the thunder spirit energy of the thunder vein here to cultivate. But the 3rd-level thunder spirit vein can be used to arrange a 3rd-level thunder-inducing destruction formation with extraordinary effects, the power to resist thunder tribulation, and absorb the thunder tribulation into an attack method. Once the thunder vein here can also enter the 3rd level, and like the Treading Cloud Valley not far away, a 3rd-level upper-grade lightning-inducing destruction formation is set up, the Ling family will have another powerful killer. After all, such a formation can accumulate 72 powerful thunders. Once all are sacrificed, even a giant and perfect cultivator with fewer defensive means can be killed, and a giant and late-stage cultivator is basically doomed. As long as my clan and Yan State can survive the revenge of the Red Gold Bear clan this time, in another 100 years, the probability of Yan State remaining stable in the world of immortal cultivation will be extremely high, And if this small lightning vein in the mineral vein ruins here still fails to breed a companion spiritual creature, we have to find a way to get a lightning attribute spiritual creature here as soon as possible, and use it as the array I require to arrange the lightning-inducing destruction array when this lightning vein enters the third level in the future. Among the lightning attribute spiritual creatures, lightning attribute spiritual pawns are rare. And most of them are like the lightning pond in the lightning vein in Treading Cloud Valley. They are companion objects of lightning veins and are extremely rare. I'm afraid they are difficult to find. Although thunder attribute spiritual medicines are easier to find, they are relatively mild and not suitable as the array I of the lightning-inducing destruction array. Under this circumstance, it would be best to find a lightning-attributed spiritual tree that is good at attacking, just like Kanglen Bahesek dealt with a 4th level lightning-attracting formation in the 4th level lightning vein Potten Peak in the Secret Realm. In this way, the power of the 3rd level lightning-attracting destruction formation set up in the mineral vein here in the future can be strengthened. Ling Pengyun secretly made up his mind. Although the probability of having a companion spiritual creature is higher in single attribute spiritual veins due to the purity of the spiritual energy produced, it is not very high, only 20% to 30%. With this probability, there are still many single attribute spiritual veins that have no companion spiritual creatures. Ordinary 5-element spiritual veins also have the opportunity to give birth to companion spiritual creatures, but the probability is extremely low, belonging to the existence of 1 in 10,000. The 3rd level medium grade 5-element spiritual vein in Lingxiao Mountain in the Ling clan's land has a companion golden evil spirit pond. The 4th level thunder spirit tree, the eye of the 4th level thunder inducing and misfortune surviving formation in the Potten Peak of the Kanglen Secret Realm, is not a companion to this spirit vein, but was found by the Kanglen Bahesek later. However, the 4th level thunder vein in the Potten Peak does have a companion spirit, just like the thunder vein in the Treading Cloud Valley, with a companion spirit pond. As for the thunder spirit tree being used as the eye of the formation arranged in the Potten Peak, it is also because the thunder spirit tree is an extraordinary spirit tree with a heavenly spirit root and self-mutation. It is very good at attacking and is several times or even twice as powerful as ordinary thunder attribute spirit trees. In this way, it can also indirectly increase the power of the 4th level thunder inducing and misfortune surviving formation arranged in the Potten Peak by several times, or even nearly twice. After retrieving his distracting thoughts, Ling Pengyun raised his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, from which he took out a batch of thunder attribute spiritual objects that his family had collected in recent years, and placed them in the 3rd grade superior Nala'i condensed veins array that the Thunder Cloud Master of Kanglen Bahesek had arranged here. Because this array is of a higher grade, it has some ideas. Even if no one is controlling it, it can operate the power of the array autonomously, refine those thunder attribute spiritual objects, and turn them into thunder attribute spiritual energy, slowly passing them into the 1st grade superior thunder vein under this mineral vein to improve its cultivation. Even if the thunder vein here reaches the 3rd grade level in the future, the Nala'i condensed veins array here will still be useful to it. There is also a Nala'i condensed veins array of this grade in the Treading Cloud Valley. Then, Ling Pengyun left this place and returned to the outside of the Treading Cloud Valley, sitting cross-legged here with the gatekeeper rat of the Treading Cloud Valley's master, to protect Feng Yingpen, who is in retreat in the Treading Cloud Valley trying to break through the Golden Core Realm. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. On this day, a huge spiritual power fluctuation suddenly occurred in the Treading Cloud Valley, and the spiritual energy of tens of thousands of miles around also rushed into the Treading Cloud Valley at this moment. The abnormal movement can be said to be huge. Fortunately, the low-level monsters in the Treading Cloud Forest, where the Treading Cloud Valley is located, were arranged by the Treading Cloud Valley Rat King to attack the low-level spiritual veins occupied by the Ling family monks in the Treading Cloud Ridge area. The entire Treading Cloud Forest, which covers an area of more than 50,000 miles, is protected by the 3rd level top-grade concealment formation in the Treading Cloud Valley. Therefore, except for Ling Pengyun, who was guarding the Treading Cloud Valley, and the Lightning Rat, no one else knew about the abnormal movement here. And this abnormal movement was naturally caused by Feng Yingpen, who was trying to break through the Jianden realm in the Treading Cloud Valley, who successfully condensed a drop of solidified spiritual power that marked the Jianden realm monks, and caused the spiritual energy to fill the body. At the same time, Feng Yingpen, who was sitting cross-legged on a flat ground in Treading Cloud Valley, spit out the ordinary giant and spiritual object jade in liquid, and a third-grade upper-grade giant and spiritual object humaydan given by Ling Pengyun. Obviously, when this Peng condensed the first drop of solidified spiritual power, he did not use the power of these two objects. If others knew about this, they would be shocked. When ordinary cultivators or monsters attack the giant, if there are giant and spiritual objects, they will definitely swallow the giant and spiritual objects at the beginning to increase the possibility of condensing and solidifying spiritual power. Only Feng Yingpeng, who has extraordinary spiritual consciousness and meridian strength, can be sure to use his own power to condense solidified spiritual power and attract spiritual energy to fill his body. But at this moment, looking at the two giant and spiritual objects he just summoned, there was a bit of helplessness between his eyebrows. Once I swallow these two things, it will be impossible for me to condense a superior quality golden elixir this time. In the future, even if I enter the golden elixir realm, I am afraid that my cultivation will be left behind by the black-armored brother who condensed a superior golden elixir. Thinking of this, it sighed. Although it had a very good relationship with a black-armored turtle that had already entered the golden elixir realm, and because it followed Ling Pengyun first, the black-armored turtle recognized it as its elder brother early on, but who would have thought that its younger brother, the black-armored turtle, would come later and surpass it, and gradually his cultivation would be higher than its own. In fact, it even entered the golden elixir realm before it. Under such circumstances, it also envied the black-armored turtle a little, and at the same time, it secretly competed with a black-armored turtle. After all, how could a sworn brother's cultivation be weaker than that of a younger brother? This is not decent. It is a proud Peng clan, and it does not want to be inferior to others. But what can I do? The monster beast rebellion is approaching. I only hope that this time I try to break through the golden elixir in advance, and give up the opportunity to comprehend the family's method of refining the monster beast's consciousness to perfection in the future, so that I can condense the superior golden elixir. In exchange for this early breakthrough, I can enter the golden elixir at once, so that I will not let down the huge price I paid, and will not disappoint the master, and will not let the two golden elixir spiritual objects given by the master go to waste. If it doesn't work, it will be a big loss. Feng Yingpeng sighed secretly, and the helpless look between his eyebrows dissipated into the smoke, turning into a firm look. Then, it took the bottle of elixir liquid and the third-level superior pulse protection pill in front of it into its stomach one after another. It also closed its eyes again afterwards, and with the help of the effects of these two golden elixir spiritual objects, it tried its best to refine the huge spiritual power that was madly pouring into its body at this moment. As time went by, the solidified spiritual power in its inner elixir became more and more. When the aura filing phenomenon lasted for the third day, it used its own consciousness, meridian strength, and already strong physique, the effect of the yin and yang primordial key, as well as the power of the elixir-forming liquid and the pulse-protecting pill, to easily condense a golden elixir in its body. Although this golden elixir was only of inferior quality, the aura filing phenomenon blessed by heaven and earth still had 6 days left. This time was enough to support the countless auras that Feng Yingpeng attracted with the aura filing phenomenon, and add a trace of the power of heaven and earth to refine this golden elixir and improve its quality. This matter also made Ling Pengyun, who was guarding outside the Cloud Valley, extremely happy. After all, this was a good thing. You know, generally, cultivators or monsters who swallowed elixir like golden elixir spirit objects to impact the golden elixir realm will most likely only condense inferior golden elixir because of the large amount of impurities contained in the elixir. Chapter 765, Magical Power, Wind-Splitting Cutting Technique. I think that the yin and yang primordial energy containing a lot of fortune power played a great role in the process of Feng Yingpeng condensing the golden elixir. This thing is really of great use. And in the future, if my Feng Yingpeng can really condense the middle-level golden elixir, it will have a chance to enter the late stage of the golden elixir in the future, and there will be a chance to cross the golden elixir perfection. It's not bad. Ling Pengyun looked at the Cloud Valley with a touch of joy on his face. The watchdog who was guarding Feng Yingpeng outside the Cloud Valley with him was surprised at this moment, and his heart was like a storm. Since the Ling family set up the mysterious formation in the Treading Cloud Valley 5 years ago, plus the Peng bird this time, the old turtle and the spiritual grass that successfully broke through the golden elixir in the valley a few years ago, this family has sent a total of 3 people into the valley to try to break through the golden elixir. How come all 3 of them succeeded in condensing the golden elixir? The success rate of condensing the golden elixir is too high. And it is said that the Ling family was just a small key training family 100 or 200 years ago. It was only in the past 100 or 200 years that it gradually became a foundation-building family and entered the ranks of the golden elixir forces. The speed of improving the strength of the power is a bit too fast. Even if this family is really backed by a Yin-Yang force in the boundless sea cultivation world as rumored, and has the support of that Yin-Yang force, the strength of this family and the number of golden elixirs born in recent years are too many. Thinking of this, the Ling family became suspicious in the mind of the lightning rat. It also had a special idea in its mind. Could it be that this Ling family has some great opportunity? Or has it inherited the legacy of some nascent soul power? At this moment, it also inadvertently looked at Ling Pengyun, who was standing beside it. This person should be said to be the turning point for the rapid development of the Ling family. The Ling family has gradually grown to its current size because of this person. And if the Ling family really has a special opportunity, I'm afraid the probability of it being with this person is also higher. The eyes of the lightning rat also flashed with a brilliant light at this moment. Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, saw the lightning rat's gaze, turned his head and looked over, and saw the lightning rat's greedy face. Although Ling Pengyun didn't know what the lightning rat was thinking, when he saw the lightning rat's appearance, he knew in his heart that this dead rat who had always been greedy for money must have had something bad on his mind. In addition, Feng Yingpeng, who was now in seclusion in the Treading Cloud Valley, had condensed the golden elixir, and all he needed was to use the formation in the valley to survive the thunder tribulation. Thinking of this, his heart sank. Then, he said coldly to the lightning rat, "If you dare to use the fact that my bird is at the most critical moment of breaking through the golden elixir to extort me for cultivation resources, I will definitely make you die without even ashes left, and let your soul be tortured by me for 100 years. The lightning rat, who was jumping in thought, heard this, although he knew that Ling Pengyun had misunderstood, but he still couldn't help but feel a chill on his back, and his body shivered, and the hair on his body stood up. It's bad. It knew that Ling Pengyun's words were threatening now, and this killing god would do such a thing. For this reason, it also hurriedly explained, fearing that it would provoke more anger from Ling Pengyun, the killing god, if it was too late. Brother Ling, you misunderstood. I am happy that the nobles can have another golden elixir demon king, so how dare I delay the noble's bird from entering the golden elixir? Ling Pengyun sneered. I hope so. As for other thoughts, I advise you not to have them. Going against my Ling family will not benefit you in the slightest. And if you continue to cooperate with my Ling family as you are now, my Ling family will definitely ensure that you will have a prosperous life in the future. At least you will not lack cultivation resources, and the land of Treading Cloud Valley can still be used as your place of cultivation. The fear in the lightning rat's heart dissipated a lot after hearing this, and it became a little more happy. As for the previous idea of guessing that Ling Pengyun had an opportunity and wanted to rob him, it also dissipated at this moment. After all, its cultivation level was only the second level of the Golden Core realm, and it was no match for Ling Pengyun at all. In front of Ling Pengyun's powerful strength, it did not dare to have any other thoughts. Immediately, this fickle rat said to Ling Pengyun with a servile look on his face, Brother Ling, rest assured. As long as I am alive, I will cooperate with the Ling family to protect this Treading Cloud Valley and keep the secrets of this place. I will never have any other intentions. But I have always had a concern. The monster rebellion is coming, and the Red Gold Bear clan will definitely come to retaliate. I wonder if you, as the strongest man in Yan State, are sure that you can lead the monks of Yan State to defend Yan State. 60% sure. Ling Pengyun looked at the rat coldly, said lightly, and closed his eyes. The lightning rat looked at Ling Pengyun with a deep meaning, then looked back at the Treading Cloud Valley in front of him, his eyes shining. Looking at what Brother Ling said about his grasp, it doesn't seem to be false. In addition, the Ling family has spent so much money over the years to set up several third-level high-quality formations in this valley that are connected to the underground spiritual veins and ground veins and are difficult to remove easily. I'm afraid that the Ling family really intends to completely occupy the lower ground during the monster beast chaos. I just don't know if the Ling family's plan can succeed. If it can really succeed, and resist the revenge of the Red Gold Bear clan, with the ownership of the Treading Cloud Valley, even if I don't return to the Thunder Rat clan in the future, I can definitely mix very well. After all, even the Thunder Rat clan doesn't have a few lightning veins of this grade. After suppressing the thoughts in his heart, He closed his eyes again and crawled on the ground. And after only 4 days, Feng Yingpeng did indeed, as Ling Pengyun expected, successfully used the huge spiritual energy attracted by the spiritual energy infusion phenomenon to refine the quality of the golden elixir that he had just condensed to a medium level. After 2 more days, the spiritual energy infusion phenomenon that Feng Yingpeng had caused also ended. 10,000 feet above the treading cloud valley, calamity clouds gradually emerged. Feng Yingpeng, who is on the flatland of treading cloud valley, also opened his eyes at this moment, but he looked at the calamity clouds in the sky without much joy. During the last 2 days of spiritual energy infusion, he had raised the quality of the golden elixir. He had condensed to a level close to the top middle level golden elixir with the help of the huge spiritual energy that contains some power of creation. If the spiritual energy infusion phenomenon could be extended for 3 or 4 days, perhaps he could successfully raise the quality of the golden elixir to the top level. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to catch it in the future. But it is also a good thing to be able to become a golden elixir. With this cultivation, in the monster rebellion that will come soon, I can also help the master a little and no longer be a burden to the master. Feng Yingpeng's eyes, which were filled with a bit of pride, had a few more bloodshot lines. At this time, the calamity clouds in the sky had been brewing for a long time, and the first calamity thunder fell. The third grade upper grade lightning-inducing destruction formation in the treading cloud valley also rose up immediately, blocking the calamity thunder, and drawing the power of the calamity thunder to temper the body of Feng Yingpeng. The same was true for the next 2 calamity thunders. Feng Yingpeng's physique was also enough to match the strength of a third-level giant monster. At this time, its physical strength could no longer be increased. The lightning-inducing destruction formation also absorbed the remaining 6 calamity thunders into the formation and stored them in the third-grade middle-grade thunder element spirit pond in the treading cloud valley. Now, 15 calamity thunders have been stored in the thunder element spirit pond. 3 of them were when the black armored turtle entered the Jindan, and the remaining 12 were when Rinshu Lanai Unkeo and Feng Yingpeng entered the Jindan. When everything was settled, the calamity clouds in the sky also turned into a piece of nectar and fell on Feng Yingpeng. Its aura has officially reached the Jindan level. The Jindan that it has spent a lot of effort on these days also spewed out countless solidified spiritual power along its meridians and started to circulate in its body. It is precisely because of this that its body has been officially sublimated. And at this moment, this Feng Yingpeng received a huge amount of information feedback from its blood. Among them, in addition to recording the complete cultivation method of the Jindan realm of the Feng Yingpeng clan, there is also a lower-level magical power treasure technique, wind crack cutting technique. This treasure technique is an attack treasure technique. When it is used, it can transform into a wind blade with extremely strong power. This technique is more than 30% more powerful than the attack natal treasure technique mastered by Feng Yingpeng. Relying on this treasure technique, it is enough to let it cross a small realm to fight the enemy. Moreover, this treasure technique is also very good at breaking gang, which is enough to be regarded as a magical treasure technique of breaking gang. This matter can be regarded as an unexpected surprise for Feng Yingpeng. However, there is also a sense of frustration. After all, when his younger brother, the Black Armor Turtle, entered the Golden Core, he received the Black Armor Turtle clan's middle-level defensive magical power water absorbing and armor cultivating technique from the blood feedback. Relying on this technique, the Black Armor Turtle is also able to cross 2 small realms to fight against the enemy. After a long sigh, Si Peng comforted himself. It's a good thing that I haven't been left too far behind by my brother Xuanjia. I have also comprehended the magical power. Since the quality of the Golden Core I condensed is not as good as its, I will practice harder in the future. Maybe I can surpass its cultivation in the future. Then, Si Peng left the Cloud Valley and told Ling Pengyun about the awakening of the magical power in his blood. Ling Pengyun was delighted. Great news, by the way, Feng Ying, can ordinary cultivators comprehend the magical power you master? Feng Yingpeng said. It shouldn't be possible for cultivators. This technique is a magical skill exclusive to my Feng Yingpeng clan. If you want to comprehend this technique, you need the blood of my Feng Yingpeng clan. Ling Pengyun felt a little bit sorry when he heard this. After all, if he could master one more magical skill, his strength could be improved. Then, he arranged for Feng Yingpeng to transmit the wind crack cutting technique to the Feng Yingpengs in the foundation building realm in the family in the future. The family now has a lot of spirit beasts. Among them, the Feng clan is very fast. Ling's family has collected hundreds of them from various places over the years, and several of them have entered the foundation building realm. The demon beasts that have entered the foundation building realm have some intelligence and have the ability to comprehend magical skills, such as the wind crack cutting technique on their own. At the same time, the thunder rat on the side, who did not master any magical skills, was extremely envious of Feng at this moment. If I had mastered the magical power of the lightning rat clan, even if it was just one, I wouldn't have ended up like that. The lightning rat felt a little complicated for a moment. Chapter 766, The Situation of Lava Turtle Eggs. Yan State. A ray of green light flashed across the Lingxiao Mountains, which is nearly 300,000 miles long. In just a few moments, this ray of light had already crossed a territory of tens of thousands of miles, and it also stopped over a vast forest that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. The figure of the ray of light also appeared. It was a green-haired peng bird that was several feet in size, slender, with wide wings, feathers flashing with green light, and accompanied by strong winds. There was also a bit of unyielding between the eyebrows. On its back, there was also a young man sitting cross-legged with an immortal look and wearing a blue Taoist robe. According to the speed of Feng just now, this peng should be able to reach about 50 miles a day when performing its life escape technique. The young man was Ling Pengyun. He looked at the Feng that had just entered the golden elixir and sat down, and couldn't help showing a bit of joy between his eyebrows. You have to know that ordinary cultivators or monsters like Feng who have just entered the Jinden stage can only travel about 300,000 miles a day by using their innate Jinden escape technique. Even monsters that are good at speed can only be about 30% faster than those of the same level, and can only travel more than 400,000 miles a day. Only ordinary monsters or cultivators at the third level of Jinden can catch up with Feng. This comparison is enough to show how powerful Feng is in terms of speed. If this peng's cultivation level is further improved, the speed of his flying escape technique will definitely be faster. In this way, in the future, I will finally have a good means of transportation in the northern wilderness immortal cultivation world. When I return to various places, I don't need to consume my own spiritual power to perform escape techniques to travel. And because this peng has mastered the art of wind splitting and cutting of the sex divine power, and his physique has been raised to the third level of the golden core with the help of the thunder destruction array in the cloud valley, his strength is also very good. Under such circumstances, even if this peng's cultivation level is only the first level of the golden core, it can still be of great help to me. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's face became more joyful. He also patted the head of Feng who was sitting down and said to him, "Feng, fly to the depths of the forest below." Feng who had just entered the golden core realm, heard this and his expression moved slightly. Then, it spread its wings, and the surrounding wind surged. A huge wind force pushed its body from behind, propelling it forward, turning into rapid escape light, and flew into the depths of the forest. Soon, this rock arrived above the depths of the forest. At this time, a red escape light also rushed out from the depths of the forest, stopped in front of Feng and Yamsei's figure appeared. Yamsei saw Ling Pengyun sitting down in Feng aura, and her face was happy, and she congratulated Ling Pengyun. "Congratulations, husband, for getting another golden elixir spirit beast." Then, she said to Feng "Congratulations to Feng for successfully entering the golden elixir avenue. It is rare for a demon beast of your age to enter this realm. I am afraid that your path in the future will not be small. I wish you here in advance that you will embark on a more far-reaching path in the future." Feng was not surprised to see Yan Sei appear. It knew that Yan Sei was here long ago. When it heard Yan Sei's congratulations, it also had more ambitions for the future. Previously, the frustration caused by only condensing a middle-level golden elixir also dissipated here. It is indeed not as good as the black armored turtle, but it is much stronger than most other monsters. Perhaps only the monsters in the Yuanying monster clan in the boundless vast lake can cultivate as fast as it. Feng said at this moment. The servant has achieved what he has today, thanks to the opportunity given by the master in his early years. This matter has always been remembered in the heart of the servant. The servant's life is also given by the master. No matter how the servant's cultivation level is in the future, he will always stay by the side of the master and Master Yan. Yan Sidai and Ling Pengyun on his back were very satisfied with Feng Yingpeng's words, and even smiled with satisfaction because Feng Yingpeng had such an awareness. As for the fact that Ling Pengyun had passed on the yin-yang Taichu Qi to her, Ling Pengyun had also told Yan Sidai in his early years, so Yan Sidai actually knew about this a long time ago. After all, she herself had also been passed on the yin-yang Taichu Qi. Ling Pengyun then spoke. Feng Ying, you don't need to be like this. You are also a great factor in your current cultivation. After saying that, Ling Pengyun asked Yan Sidai. By the way, madam, how is the lava turtle egg? Yan Sidai said with a smile. Not bad, the lava turtle egg has been steadily increasing with the help of the wood vein power deep under the forest below. Ling Pengyun nodded. That's good. Calculate the time. I will not be here for more than a month because I am taking Feng Ying to Treading Cloud Valley. Let's fall into the forest below together, so that I can perform some spiritual plant secrets on the spirit egg to speed up the digestion of the wood vein power by the spirit egg. Yan Sidai nodded. Okay. Then, the two of them fell into the forest below. This forest stretches for tens of thousands of miles, and there are many spiritual veins in it, with hundreds of spiritual veins. Because it is close to the Ling family's land, it is also used by the Ling family to raise most of the low-level spiritual beasts in the family. This forest is particularly famous in the Ling family, and it is even named Spirit Beast Forest by the Ling family. In addition, the power of the wood veins deep underground in this spiritual beast forest is also particularly strong. Perhaps because of this, nearly half of the spiritual veins contained in this small forest are wood spiritual veins, and the huge wood vein power underground has become more concentrated with the help of those wood spiritual veins. This also makes it easier for the flowers, plants and trees in this small forest to enter the Tao than the outside world. This place has also become a small place where the Ling family currently produces the most low-level spiritual plants. And Yan Sidai is here for the lava turtle eggs that she bought from her good friend Jan Qing in the Immortal Cultivation world of the Boundless Sea. Although the lava turtle egg has extraordinary qualifications and can complement the family's blue cloud volcano, helping each other to improve their cultivation, it is extremely useful. However, this spirit egg was injured by the fluctuations caused by the killing of the egg's parents by its original owner Yan Qing in his early years, which greatly injured its origin and made its vitality extremely weak, with little chance of hatching. However, this matter can easily help the spirit plant husband who has mastered the vitality to recover. Now, although Ling Pengyun is not a third-level spirit plant husband, he can now cross this bottleneck with just one step. It is precisely because of this that he was able to barely perform some third-level spirit plant secrets 2 months ago and exert about 70% of the power of those secrets. At that time, he also placed Yan Sidai's weak lava turtle egg in the forest below, and used the secret method to induce the power of the wood veins deep underground in the forest to pass into the spirit egg, helping it recover from the injury of its origin and indirectly helping it to recover. Chapter 767, Spiritual Plants Enter the Third-Level Kanglin Wujuan Longevity Method. At this time, Ling Pengyun rode Feng Yingpeng and Yan Sidai and also landed in the depths of this forest of spiritual beasts. In sight, the surrounding area was full of tall and lush giant trees that were several feet high, as thick as millstones, with traces of spiritual energy on their bodies, and barks like iron swamps. These giant trees were all in large spiritual fields. They were called giant iron trees and were the most abundant spiritual trees in this forest. Although these spiritual trees were huge in size, they were extremely light and very strong. They were excellent materials or auxiliary materials for building medium or large flying boats. In the central area of this giant iron tree, there was a spiritual field of about an acre in size with an aura as high as the quasi third level. There was only one giant iron tree that was more than 10 feet high, and its aura was as high as the second level upper grade realm. And this tree was the highest grade giant iron tree in this Lingxiao small forest. However, this second level upper grade giant iron tree king was a little strange at this time. This tree not only shone with green luster and exuded rich wood vein power, but its lush crown also shrank into a hollow spherical shape. And through the green leaves on some branches, it can be seen that there is a large space inside the spherical shape. However, at this moment, this space was filled with countless wood vein power gushing out of the giant iron tree king. In the center of those wood vein power, there was a spirit egg with special green runes floating on the surface. And this spirit egg was naturally Yan Sidai's lava turtle egg. As the green runes on the egg flashed once, This spirit egg would slowly absorb the surrounding wood vein power into the body, and its vitality would slowly increase. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also kept pinching his hands and performed the art of attracting wood into essence in the spirit plant's secret method, and hid it into the spirit egg. This wood-inducing essence secret method originated from the Kanglen Bahesect's superior spiritual plant's secret method, and the effect of this secret method is quite special. This secret method is a method that can use the power of wood veins to restore the origin. Moreover, this method can not only be used on spiritual plants, but also on cultivators and even monsters, which is extremely comprehensive. However, in order to use this method, you need to use spiritual plants as a medium. The higher the grade of the spiritual plant used as a medium, the more wood vein power it can induce, and the greater the benefit to the object that wants to restore the origin. At this time, Ling Pengyun used the third-grade superior giant iron tree here as a medium to perform the method of inducing wood into essence. As the seal formed by this method was hid on the lava turtle egg in the crown of the giant iron tree king, the several special green runes on the turtle eggshell also flashed with spiritual light, and the speed at which the egg absorbed the power of wood veins with the help of those green runes was also several times faster. It has been like this for nearly 3 hours, and Ling Pengyun finally stopped. The vitality of the spirit egg has increased significantly at this moment. Yan Sidai, who was standing by, saw this scene and her face was also full of joy. She also said with a smile at this moment, "My husband, this method is indeed extraordinary. Judging from the speed at which this egg now absorbs the power of the wood veins with the help of secret methods to make up for its vitality, this egg may be able to recover to full victory much faster than the 1 year we originally expected. But, my husband has made some progress in the spiritual plant in the past month in the Treading Cloud Valley." Ling Pengyun said with a smile. "Yes, I estimate that in less than a month, my spiritual plant will be able to officially enter the 3rd level." After hearing this, Yan Sidai also congratulated him. Then, the couple chatted for a while. Ling Pengyun planned to concentrate on comprehending the spiritual plant in the next month, and his demand for spiritual energy was not great, so he stayed here to accompany Yan Sidai. At the same time, he could also perform the spell of inducing wood into yuan on the lava turtle egg every day to increase its recovery speed. As for Feng Yingpeng, who had just entered the Golden Core realm, when he was crossing the Thunder Tribulation, the 3rd-grade superior lightning destruction array in the Treading Cloud Valley triggered the Thunder Tribulation to forge his body, and also stabilized his bottleneck. Next, he was also ready to deduce the method of refining his natal magic weapon, and he did not need to use spiritual power, so he stayed. In his early years, although he used the yin-yang Taichu to improve his understanding, as early as when he was building his foundation, he realized the method of refining several natal magic tools based on the several natal spiritual patterns on the inner elixir in his body. However, his understanding was limited, and it was difficult for him to realize the method of refining the 3rd-grade natal magic weapon as early as when he was building his foundation like Ling Pengyun's black armored turtle. However, Feng Yingpeng spent a lot of time in his early years and realized about 80% to 90% of the method of refining his natal magic weapon. Now, it has entered the realm of the golden elixir again. It has a deeper understanding of the several life spirit patterns on its own golden elixir. It is also confident that within 1 or 2 years, it will be able to comprehend the method of recasting its middle-level attack-shaped life definition magic weapon, the Wind Shadow Blade, into a magic weapon. As for the other life definition magic weapons, it has no time to comprehend them for the time being. After all, the monster beast chaos is coming, and it is naturally the most important to comprehend the method of refining attack magic weapons first. Time passed slowly. A month is just a moment for a cultivator like Ling Pengyun. In this month, Ling Pengyun also successfully comprehended the core spiritual plant inheritance Kanglen pregnancy technique in the upper 3rd level lower grade spiritual plant inheritance of the Kanglen Blue Sea sect with its profound spiritual plant foundation and the huge wood power contained in the body of the Renshu blue cloud grass that entered the golden elixir realm. In addition, his Renshu blue cloud grass has entered the golden elixir realm again. His spiritual plant skill was also naturally upgraded to the lower 3rd level. This also made Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai extremely happy. After all, 3rd-level spiritual plants are extremely rare in the entire Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation world. More importantly, once the spiritual plant skill reaches the 3rd level, Ling Pengyun can gradually comprehend the Kanglin Wood Yuan longevity secret method recorded in the Kanglin Bahesex's superior spiritual plant inheritance, which is helpful for lifespan. This method is actually not much different from the wood-inducing Yuan technique that Ling Pengyun used on the lava turtle spirit egg to help it recover. It's just that the Kanglin Wood Yuan longevity method is more domineering. This method can not only use the power of the wood veins between heaven and earth to temper the body and the mysterious soul hidden in the body, but also forcibly absorb the essence of the first and second essences in the flowers and trees in the world to temper one's body and soul, and increase the limit of lifespan. Moreover, in this way, the speed of tempering one's body and soul is even faster. Even more, as long as there are enough flowers, plants and trees, regardless of the life and death of those flowers, plants and trees, and forcibly extracting the essence of Jiamu in their bodies, it is possible to cultivate the Kanglin Wood Yuan longevity method to perfection and increase the lifespan by 150 years in just a few years. However, destroying such a large number of flowers, plants and trees is no different from committing a great killing sin, which will make the spiritual plant husband bear a lot of resentment from the dead flowers, plants and trees, and indirectly lead to difficulties in the future. However, even so, there are many Kanglin Bahesex spiritual plant husbands who have mastered this superior longevity spiritual plant secret method. When they have no hope of nascent soul, they commit a great killing sin to quickly master this method. After all, if you want to follow the steps, it will take at least hundreds of years to temper your body with the power of the wood veins. Many Kanglin Bahesex spiritual plant husbands do not have the patience to practice this method. And this Kanglin Wood Yuan longevity method can be divided into 4 levels: entry, small success, great success, and perfection. Among them, this method can increase lifespan by 30 years when one just gets started, 60 years when one reaches the realm of minor success, 120 years when one reaches major success, and as much as 150 years when one reaches perfection. Chapter 768, The Power of Kanglin's Implantation Technique, 2,600 words. Please subscribe. As for the core inheritance method of the Kanglin spiritual plant inheritance, the Kanglin pregnancy technique, it is a superior pregnancy technique. This technique has a total of 12 levels, corresponding to the 1st to 4th levels of spiritual plants, and each level is divided into 3 small layers. Every time this technique is upgraded by 1 small layer, the growth rate of the spiritual plant can be accelerated by 50%. The 3rd level inferior inheritance that Ling Pengyun obtained only has the first 7 levels. The 7th level of the Kanglin pregnancy technique can accelerate the growth rate of the 3rd level inferior spiritual plant by 3.1 or 2 times as long as it is entered. If it can be comprehended to the state of perfection, it can accelerate the growth rate of the 3rd level inferior spiritual plant by 3.5 times. This matter also made Ling Pengyun very happy. That Kanglin breeding technique is indeed extraordinary, worthy of being the most superior technique in this world of immortal cultivation. With the help of this technique in the future, plus my spiritual plant has entered the 3rd level, I can use the 3rd level's oil nourishing technique to open up a 3rd level lower grade spiritual field, which can speed up the growth rate of the 3rd level spiritual plant by 60%. In this way, the 3rd level lower grade topaz fruit tree in the family, which originally took at least 200 or 300 years to breed a golden elixir spiritual object, may only take 80 years to breed a golden elixir spiritual object. And the 3rd level medium grade Zhuanayang fruit tree, although the grade is higher, the effect of my 7th level Kanglin breeding technique and the 3rd level lower grade spiritual field will be halved. But this tree is already of a higher grade, and it can produce a golden elixir spiritual object Zhuanayang spiritual fruit in 200 years. In this way, with the help of the technique and the spiritual field, the speed of this tree breeding a golden elixir spiritual object is even faster, and it only takes about 50 years to produce a golden elixir spiritual object. Under this situation, the pressure on the family to purchase giant spiritual objects can be greatly reduced. And the 3rd level low-grade spiritual apricot tree that can produce a rare 3rd level life-increasing object every 300 years, and the Juan grass that the family intends to cultivate to the 3rd level, can mature once in just over 80 years. As for the frost spiritual tree, the family's guardian spiritual tree that cannot produce spiritual fruits, it can also increase its cultivation years with the help of the Kanglin breeding technique, and indirectly improve its cultivation. Perhaps within a few decades, the tree can reach the middle stage of giant. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's face was even more joyful. The spiritual soil quality of the third level low-grade spiritual field, even if it is only the lowest grade D among the 4 levels of A, B, C, D in the spiritual soil quality, can accelerate the growth rate of the third level low-grade spiritual plants by 60%. When the spiritual soil quality is improved to the C, B, and A levels, it can improve the third level spiritual plants by 70%, 80%, and 90% respectively. If this spiritual soil is still one of those rare single attribute spiritual soils, such as the fire spiritual field, it can increase the growth rate of the third level spiritual plants planted in it by about 30%. Under normal circumstances, the upper limit of the growth rate of spiritual plants for the first level spiritual field spiritual soil, whether it is A, B, C, or D, is 30%. The upper limit of the growth rate of spiritual plants for the second level spiritual soil quality is 60%. The third level is 90%. The fourth level is 1.2 times. And so on. As for wanting to increase the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual soil and improve the quality of the spiritual soil, the only way is to use special formations or use spiritual beasts such as earthworms and earthworms. At this time, Ling Pengyun also closed his eyes again and tried to comprehend the Kanglin Wujuan technique that can increase lifespan. But before half an hour, he stopped, and there was a bit of helplessness between his brows. It is difficult to comprehend this technique in a short time and then enter the art. According to the speed at which Ling Pengyun comprehended Kanglin wood element technique, it would take at least 3 or 4 years for him to comprehend this technique, and this is because he has a great understanding. If it were an ordinary third-level spiritual plant husband who wanted to comprehend this technique, it would probably take at least 10 or even dozens of years. Then, he stood up, walked out of the temporary cave where he had temporarily lived in the spirit beast forest for the past month, and walked to the cave gate. What came into view was the second-level top-grade giant iron tree king, the highest grade in this forest. He walked in front of the tree and performed the wood vein transformation technique on the top of the tree and the lava turtle egg wrapped in the wood vein power deep underground by the tree. Because Ling Pengyun's spiritual plant had entered the third level, the power of this technique was 3 times stronger. With the help of this technique, the lava turtle egg also absorbed the wood vein power to recover from its injuries 3 times faster. After 3 hours, the lava turtle egg had absorbed the power of the wood vein to its limit, and Ling Pengyun slowly stopped the spell. After the spiritual plant entered the third level, it is more handy to use these third-level spiritual plant secrets. And according to the power of this spell, the speed of the lava turtle egg recovering from the original injury should also be improved. It is estimated that within half a year, the injury of this turtle egg can be recovered and hatched. After Ling Pengyun muttered to himself, he used the Kanglin pregnancy spell on the second-level upper-grade giant iron tree king in front of him to speed up the growth of this tree and indirectly speed up the cultivation speed of this tree. After doing this, Ling Pengyun returned to the temporary cave on the side and found his wife Yan Sidai, who was meditating in the cave, and said goodbye to her briefly. Then, he rode Pengyun Peng to leave this spiritual beast forest, returned to the Ling family's land, and went straight to the top of Lingxiao Mountain, which has a third-level lower-grade 5-element spiritual vein. 3 months later, at the top of Lingxiao Mountain, Ling Pengyun was standing in front of 4 acres of spiritual fields, constantly pinching his fingers to cast spells on 1 acre of spiritual fields with the weakest aura. The grade of the other 3 acres of spiritual fields here surprisingly reached the level of lower third grade. You know, spiritual fields that can reach the third grade are extremely rare in the northern wilderness immortal cultivation world. Generally, only those Yin-Yang forces and a few Jinden forces that are very close to these forces have such grade of spiritual fields. It is harder for ordinary Jinden forces to get such spiritual fields than to ascend to heaven. First of all, it is naturally because ordinary Jinden forces simply cannot find the rare third-grade spiritual plant inheritance, so as to cultivate third-grade spiritual plant husbands who can open up third-grade spiritual fields. Although those Yin-Yang forces in the northern wilderness have it, those Yin-Yang forces regard a third-grade spiritual plant inheritance as a treasure and will not leak it out at all. Secondly, it is because all the major Yin-Yang forces in the northern wilderness cultivation world have issued death orders to the third-level spiritual plants in their own sects, not to arbitrarily open up third-level spiritual fields for any forces in the northern wilderness cultivation world, and they will be severely punished if they are found. It is said that this move is because those Yin-Yang forces intend to curb the development of their own Jinden forces by restricting the third-level spiritual fields. After all, the third-level spiritual fields are the key to planting third-level spiritual medicines. If there are no third-level spiritual fields, the time for the third-level spiritual medicines to mature will be at least 50% slower. In other words, the spiritual plants that originally only took 300 years to enter the third level will take at least 450 years to mature on the second-level spiritual fields. Moreover, the lower the grade of the spiritual field, the less spiritual energy it can provide for the growth of the spiritual plants, and the more time it will take for the spiritual plants to grow. If a large number of spiritual stones are used to help, this defect can be made up, but the cost will be extremely high. In this way, it will be more difficult for ordinary Jinden forces to cultivate third-level spiritual medicines, and it will naturally be difficult to obtain third-level elixirs made from third-level spiritual medicines. Without the help of elixirs, the speed of cultivation of Jinden cultivators in these forces, relying solely on spiritual energy, will be extremely slow. The reason why Yin-Yang forces limit the third-level spiritual fields is not for other reasons, but because the northern wilderness Xiuxin realm is so large and has so many resources. If the Jinden forces under their command all have third-level spiritual fields, the strength of those Jinden forces will inevitably gradually become stronger, and those forces will need more territory. And because of the agreement between the righteous and the monsters, it is difficult to occupy too much during the 100-year monster beast chaos. Even if the monster beast chaos occupied too much of the monster tribe's territory, it would make the monster tribe furious. At present, the righteous and the monsters and the demons are in a balanced period, with a 50-50 situation. The righteous Yin-Yang forces only intend to slowly wear down the monster tribe's territory, not to do it all at once, which is not safe. In all likelihood, when those Jinden forces become strong, they will be like the Yam state, and civil wars will break out between the major forces. The three victors of the civil strife in Yan State, Linklan, Bailing Sect, and Yaowang Valley, were fine. They were at their peak and made up for the number of Jinden in Yan State. However, it was not certain whether the other Jinden forces were prosperous after the war. Most likely, they lost too many talents after the battle and gradually declined. Under such circumstances, those Yin-Yang forces restricted the third-level spiritual fields in order to stabilize the situation of the righteous way of the northern wilderness Xiuxin world. Perhaps, thousands of years later, when the righteous way of the world is large enough and those Yin-Yang forces need manpower, they will release the number of third-level spiritual fields. It is precisely for various reasons that the third-level spiritual fields are rare, and the third-level elixirs are also rare. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769, The Treatment of the Third-Level Spiritual Field, The Art of Awakening the Spirit. 3 updates will be resumed tomorrow, and I will definitely make up for it. Distracting thoughts were withdrawn. As time went by, the aura of the spiritual field where Ling Pengyun cast the spell was slowly rising. However, this act seemed to consume a lot of Ling Pengyun, and he had little spiritual power in his body, causing his face to turn pale. After a few days, with a sound of breaking coming from the spiritual field, its aura quickly climbed to the third-order lower-grade realm. Ling Pengyun's pale face also raised a smile at this moment, and he also stopped casting spells and touched a trace of sweat on his forehead. He looked at the acre of spiritual field in front of him that had just entered the third-order lower-grade realm, and then looked at the other 4 acres of third-order spiritual fields around him, and there was a little more joy between his eyebrows. This time, I was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect that the spiritual veins in this mountain, in addition to providing enough spiritual energy for my wife, Penguin, and Grandpa to cultivate, and providing the third-level Jinun Shatten in the mountain to produce evil energy, could also provide enough spiritual energy to support me to open up so many third-level spiritual fields here. It seems that the spiritual vein here has a very deep foundation. Perhaps, soon, the spiritual veins in this mountain will enter the realm of the third-level middle grade. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up, and his pale face regained some color. This Lingxiao Mountain is one of the only 2 third-level spiritual veins that the Ling family currently controls in the northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation world. For example, the third-level thunder vein in the treading cloud valley of the Bayun Mountains, and the 3 spiritual mountains of the third-level upper-grade Bayun Mountain, the third-level middle-grade Baisong Mountain, and the Baishi Mountain in the Bayun Mountains, are not considered to be the property of the Ling family. Moreover, even if those territories were occupied by the Ling clan, Ling Pengyun did not intend to move the clan there. After all, the Bayun Mountains were the closest territory of Yan State to the boundless vast swamp, and it was also the place where the Yan State cultivators fought against the boundless monsters who attacked the main force of Yan State. Once the Ling clan moved their clan there, the pressure of the monster beasts attacking them during the monster beast chaos once every 100 years would be extremely great, and the Ling clan would be in danger. On the contrary, the Ling clan's Lingxiao Mountains, where the Ling clan's clan land is now located, are extremely safe in the heart of Yan State. Under such circumstances, even if those territories were really taken over by the Ling clan in the future, the Ling clan would at most treat them as branches. Therefore, Ling Pengyun attached great importance to Lingxiao Mountain, the current clan mountain of the Ling clan. With these 4 acres of spiritual fields, the third-level frost spiritual tree in the territory of Lingxiao Kaiangxing Lake, the spiritual apricot tree in this mountain, and the topaz fruit tree can all be planted in them. Because the frost spiritual tree is a combat-type spiritual plant with a higher intelligence and requires more spiritual energy, it will occupy 1 acre of spiritual field alone, and the other 2 trees will be planted in 1 acre of third-level spiritual field. In this way, these 3 trees will occupy 2 acres of spiritual fields. And the remaining 2 acres of third-level spiritual fields can be used to plant spiritual medicines, but the only third-level spiritual plants and spiritual seeds that the family can get at present are the spiritual seeds of Jiuan grass. The family has also planted several acres of third-level Jiuan grass spiritual seeds in those second-level spiritual fields before, and later, 1 acre can be transplanted here. The last acre of spiritual field will be used to plant those third-level rare spiritual plants that the family has collected in recent years, and cultivate them as mother plants. In the future, I can use the third-level method of breeding spiritual seeds to help them breed more spiritual plant seeds that are qualified to enter the third level. As for the third-level medium-quality Zhuanyang fruit tree in Huaxiao Mountain with a third-level fire vein, it can be planted in the third-level spiritual field that I will open up in Huaxiao Mountain later. Ling Pengyun secretly planned. At present, the Ling family has a total of 5 third-level spiritual trees, namely the third-level low-quality main battle frost spiritual tree, the spiritual apricot tree that can produce life-increasing spiritual objects, the golden flame fruit tree that can produce golden elixir spiritual objects, the topaz fruit tree, and the third-level medium-quality Zhuanyang fruit tree. However, there are only 4 third-level spiritual trees in the family territory. Among them, the golden flame fruit tree was taken by Ling Pengyun to the fire dragon sect founded by the family's fire method golden elixir Ling Pengyun in the Mingshu Sea area of the boundless sea area's Yuxin world to lay the foundation, which also left a way out for the Ling family. As early as dozens of years ago, when the Ling family occupied the Lingxiao Mountains, which was originally the territory of the Wanqiao sect, they began to prepare for Ling Pengyun's spiritual plants to enter the third level. As a result, they collected a lot of rare third-level spiritual plants that can be transplanted and have the method of nurturing spiritual seeds recorded in the inheritance of the third-level lower-grade Kanglan spiritual plants, or quasi third-level spiritual plants, to be used as mother plants. At the beginning, the quasi third-level spiritual plant purple cloud flower that Ling Pengyun found in the boundless sea's Yuxin realm that can be used to refine the purple cloud pill was one of them. Then, Ling Pengyun began to work in the spiritual field. After the work in this mountain was done, he went to the next door Huaxiao Mountain to open up a third-level spiritual field. The foundation of the fire vein in this mountain was already quite good when it was in the boundless sea. Not long ago, because the family's third-level formation master used the formation to move it back to the clan, its great foundation lost more than 20%, and it was on the verge of falling back to the realm. This is because there is a treasure refining fire pool in this fire vein. With the cooperation of the two, the loss of the foundation is so small. Otherwise, if this fire vein is moved alone, at least more than 30% of its origin will be lost, and this fire vein will definitely fall back to a lower grade. Under such circumstances, in addition to leaving a part of the spiritual energy as spiritual energy for cultivation, Ling Pengyun only opened up 2 acres of third-level low-grade spiritual fields in this spiritual vein. In terms of the number of spiritual fields alone, this place is much less than that of Lingxiao Mountain. And because the fire spiritual vein in this mountain only produces a single fire spiritual energy, the 2 acres of third-level spiritual fields in this mountain are not suitable for planting spiritual plants of the other 5 elements, except fire spiritual plants. This means that in addition to 1 acre of spiritual field being used to plant the third-level medium-grade Zuaniyang fruit tree, the other acre of spiritual field was planted with a batch of fire spiritual plants by Ling Pengyun. However, since the fire vein in this place was not acquired for a long time, the family has only collected a few third-level fire spirit medicines as mother plants in the past 1 or 2 years. The rest of the fire spirit plants planted on this spiritual field are some second-level fire spirit medicines or second-level upper-grade fire spirit plants. After performing the third-level lower-grade Kanglin pregnancy technique on the spirit plants here, Ling Pengyun left this place and went to the spirit beast forest next to the clan land to perform the wood induction and yuan transformation technique on the lava turtle egg that used the rich wood vein power here to warm the wound of the origin. In the days that followed, he kept running between this place and the several acres of third-level spirit fields in the clan land. In his spare time, he would use it to comprehend the spiritual awakening technique, a medium-level spirit plant supernatural power recorded in the Kanglin spirit plant heritage. This technique is extremely special, and with the help of this technique, the spiritual intelligence of the spirit plant can be slowly increased. Perhaps for those high-level spiritual plants whose intelligence has been greatly opened, this technique is useless, but for low-level and even third-level giant spiritual plants, this technique is very useful. Through this technique, they can help them to open their intelligence at a low level, thus giving birth to the consciousness and consciousness of cultivation, and speeding up the cultivation speed. After all, low-level spiritual plants have low intelligence, no consciousness, and can only absorb spiritual energy to cultivate by instinct, which leads to slow progress in cultivation. In addition, the improvement of spiritual intelligence can also allow those low-level spiritual plants to comprehend some stronger spells early and increase their strength. What's more, this tree has the effect of turning flowers, plants and trees in the mortal world into spiritual plants, but it consumes a lot of spiritual energy for the caster. The Boundless Sea Area Cultivation World. A certain place in the Angry Whale Sea Area, one of the 2 major sea areas under the command of the old Yuanying Force Muing Xianzong. There is a large island covered by clouds all day long. From time to time, monks in various gorgeous clothes would rush in and out of it using magic, or control flying magic tools, or ride flying spirit beasts. This place is the Qingshi Island of the Mo family, a family of golden elixir formations that has been very famous in the Whale Sea in recent decades. Every 10 years, a third-level formation will flow out. Chapter 770, the old man who has been immersed in the spiritual formation for many years has a great plan. It is said that the patriarch of the Qingshi Island Mo family with a Taoist name, Lingxiao, was not originally a cultivator under the Muing Immortal sect, but came from other immortal cultivation worlds. Later, when the Muing Immortal sect discovered a large mineral vein in the Whale Sea area, which led to conflict with the sea monsters, he joined the Muing Immortal sect and made great contributions. Then, relying on his contributions, he exchanged the Qingshi Island with a third-level lower-grade spiritual vein and more than 500 first-level and second-level spiritual veins in the surrounding area from the Muing Immortal sect, and established a Qingshi Mo family. Although the number of spiritual veins controlled by the Qingshi Mo family is not large, it is only 1/3 or even 1/4 of the number of spiritual veins of ordinary giant forces. The number of clan members is not large either. After decades of development, there are only a few hundred clan members, and the remaining thousands are all guest cultivators. But the real strength of this clan is not much weaker than that of ordinary giant forces, so this is why the clan has 2 giants sitting in charge. The first one is naturally the spiritual formation ancestor of the Mo family. It is said that this person's cultivation has even reached the middle stage of the golden elixir. He is also an extremely rare third-level middle-grade formation master, who can set up a powerful third-level middle-grade formation that can burst out the attack power of a late-stage golden elixir cultivator. This person had a powerful record of killing a middle-stage golden elixir monster decades ago. The second one is Mo Qiangqiu, the grandson of the spiritual formation ancestor of the Mo family. It is said that although this person has not been in the golden elixir for a long time, probably only more than 20 or 30 years, this person has inherited his father's talent in formation. As early as more than 10 years ago, He also upgraded the formation to the third level lower level and became a third level formation master. The fact that there are two third level formation masters in one family also makes the Mo family very famous in the entire Mu'in Immortal sect. You know, the formation is the most complicated of the countless hundred arts, and it is also very difficult to comprehend this way. There are even fewer formation masters who can comprehend the formation to the third level. Except for the nascent soul sect, the Mu'in Immortal sect, the third level formation masters in the entire Whale Sea, and even the Mu'in Sea under this sect, will not exceed 2 hands. There are no more than 3 formation masters who can reach the third level middle grade realm, and there is even less than 1 third level upper grade formation master. The Mu'in Immortal sect does have 1, but there are only 2 in this sect. Of course, the third level formations arranged by these high level formation masters are also extraordinary. If a giant cultivator can possess 1, it is enough for them to cross the level of the enemy. And it is precisely because of this that many cultivators in the world of cultivation are extremely eager for high-level formations. On weekdays, the Whale Sea and even many other sea areas have come to this Qingshi Island to seek the head of the Mo family or Mo Qianqiu to help arrange the formation. The head of the Mo family and Mo Qianqiu, who are both third-level mid-grade array masters, were very kind. As long as they were sure of the array they could set up and the benefits were sufficient, they would help set it up, and the arrangement fee was also very fair. This move also allowed the Mo family of Qingshi Island, which had only been established for a few decades, to make many allies and several relatives, and its foundation in the Whale Sea became increasingly solid. At the same time, deep in the Mo family's territory, on the top of a mountain with extremely rich spiritual energy and a spiritual vein or as high as the third level lower level, in a cave's cultivation room, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on a cushion surrounded by a large amount of earth spiritual energy. If you look closer, you can see a cultivator with white hair, a face full of wrinkles, but he looks very kind, wearing a Mo family Taoist robe, and a steady aura. And this person is the famous patriarch of the Mo family of Qingshi Island in the Whale Sea, Spirit Array Ancestor Mo Qingshi. At this moment, he was constantly absorbing the surrounding earth spirit energy into his body, and every time he absorbed a bit of spirit energy, his breath would become stronger. After about half a month, a sound of breaking suddenly came from his body. Then, his breath quickly soared and actually crossed to the 5th level of Jinden. When everything settled down, he also opened his eyes, and his face became more happy. After decades, my cultivation has finally broken through again. The 300,000 or 400,000 spirit stones I spent over the years are worth it. And with this cultivation, I can activate the 3 third-level middle-grade Fiery Sun Sky Sword formations that I spent countless resources to refine over the years to become stronger. By then, the 3 formations will work together to kill the 8th-level giant cultivator. Thinking of this, the ancestor of the spirit formation also became more ruthless. Old dog bailing, wait for me. At this moment, his expression moved, and he suddenly felt something. Then, he immediately left his training room and walked to the door of the next training room. At this moment, this training room was emitting a huge spiritual power fluctuation and constantly gathering a large amount of spiritual energy. The spiritual formation ancestor mobilized his spiritual sense to scan it and immediately noticed everything in it. He also raised a touch of joy on his face and secretly guessed. Looking at this situation, it is estimated that Qianqiu has already reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core and is accumulating spiritual energy to try to break through the bottleneck. And before, I found a high-quality 3rd level lower-grade miasma breaking pill for this child. With the help of that pill, I think the probability of this child breaking through the 3rd level of the Golden Core this time is at least 70%. Such a high success rate is basically a sure thing. By then, Qianqiu's strength can also increase several times in a short period of time. Under such circumstances, when the monster beast chaos in the northern wilderness cultivation world in 2.5 years, the possibility of our clan planning that place can be increased again. But this is not safe. An idea flashed through the mind of the Spirit Array Patriarch, and then he returned to his practice room and sneaked down through a secret passage for thousands of feet. The secret passage finally came to the end. The Spirit Array Patriarch also arrived in a huge karst cave. The spiritual energy here is extremely rich, not weaker than the spiritual energy in the Spirit Array Patriarch's practice room. In the deepest part of the cave, there is even a huge dragon that is dozens of feet long, with thick yellow fish-like scales all over its body and a yellowish-brown horn on its head. At this moment, Perhaps because of the arrival of the spiritual array ancestor, the dragon also woke up, opened its eyes, and looked at the spiritual array ancestor. However, the dragon did not move at all, but instead addressed the spiritual array ancestor with some respect and surprise. Congratulations, Master, on entering the 5th level of the Golden Collar. In the future, Master will definitely embark on a long and great road. This dragon is the Golden Core Earth Dragon that the spiritual array ancestor and Mokongson cultivated. This dragon has a strong bloodline, and the Golden Core it condensed in its early years was a middle-level Golden Core, so its qualifications are particularly good. In recent years, this dragon has been supported by a large amount of resources from the Mo family, and the speed at which this dragon improves its cultivation is also very fast. It has been promoted to the 2nd level of the Golden Collar in just over 20 years since it entered the Golden Collar. So far, although it has only stayed at the 2nd level of the Golden Core for more than 10 years, its cultivation is close to the peak of the 2nd level of the Golden Collar. The spiritual array ancestor was unmoved by what the Earth Dragon said, and just said indifferently, "How long will it take for you to enter the 3rd level of the Golden Collar?" The Earth Dragon thought for a while and said, "About 10 years. Hearing this, the spiritual array ancestor frowned and said, "It's been too long. The monster rebellion is the best time for us to seize that land in nearly 100 years. Once this opportunity is missed, with the overall strength of Yan State, I'm afraid this monster rebellion will be more disastrous than safe. It will most likely be trampled to pieces by the Red Gold Bear clan, and it will be difficult for us to migrate the dragon veins of that place back to our clan. And you must know how important the dragon veins are. If your strength can break through to the 3rd level of the Golden Core before the monster rebellion in 2.5 years, our chances of getting the dragon veins of that place will be greater. The strength of your meridians is far beyond that of us humans. These are 3 3rd-grade inferior miasma-breaking pills that your family got a few years ago. Take them all at once and forcefully break through the bottleneck of the 2nd level of the Golden Collar." While speaking, the spirit array ancestor took out 3 medicine bottles, each containing a miasma-breaking pill, from his storage bag and threw them in front of the Earth Dragon. Chapter 771 The Future of the 2 Major Factions of Balingman. The body of the Earth Dragon trembled, and it was reluctant to say, "Master, it is true that my meridians are stronger than those of humans, but not much stronger. Although my meridians can withstand the power of 3 miasma-breaking pills at the same time, and with the help of these medicines, I have a great chance of breaking through the 3rd level of the Golden Collar, but afterwards, my meridians will inevitably be severely damaged due to the excessive effect of the 3 miasma-breaking pills. If there is no 3rd-level medium and high-quality healing pills that can restore the injuries of the meridians, I am afraid that my cultivation will not improve in the next 100 years. This time is enough to improve my cultivation by 1 or even 2 levels. For the sake of the present, giving up the future, this." Before it finished speaking, the spirit array ancestor said coldly, "You know how much benefit it will bring to you and your descendants to cultivate in the dragon veins, and that the dragon veins can produce the dragon blood grass that strengthens the dragon blood." After speaking, he glanced at the Earth Dragon coldly, and then left the cave along the secret passage. The Earth Dragon, still in the depths of the cave, looked at the 3 bottles of miasma-breaking pills left in front of it, and its eyes were full of hesitation. After thinking for a while, it secretly made up its mind. "I can't practice for nearly 100 years in exchange for my future practice on that 3rd-level dragon vein. It can speed up my practice by several times, and even slowly improve the richness of my blood and the future of my descendants. It is not impossible." It also looked ruthless, and with the help of the object control technique, it took out the miasma-breaking pills in the 3 medicine bottles and swallowed them all at once. It also closed its eyes and quietly refined the 3 miasma-breaking pills in its stomach. Another half a year passed. In the Baling Mountains of Yan State, deep in the Baling sect's residence. In a cave. The somewhat fat Master Baling Zhenren of the Baling sect was sitting cross-legged outside the door of a practice room with abnormal spiritual fluctuations, with his eyes closed. After an unknown period of time, the abnormal movement in the practice room also returned to normal, and a breath of the 2nd level of the golden elixir also came out of the practice room. Then, the door of the training room was opened, and a young cultivator wearing a green Taoist robe, with a breeze around him, a thin figure, a firm brow and a bit of coldness walked out. Bai Ling Zhenren also opened his eyes at this moment, and then he stood up and looked up and down at the young cultivator in front of him. Seeing that his aura was several times stronger than before he was in seclusion, and he had reached the second level of the golden core, he smiled a little more. This kid Wu Hong's talent is really extraordinary. He has only been in the golden core for more than 10 years, and he has reached the second level of the golden core. The speed of cultivation is faster than when I was in the early stage of the golden core. I am afraid, if this kid is given enough time, his achievements will definitely surpass mine. Even before the best breakthrough of the nascent soul at the age of 400, this kid may be able to improve his cultivation to the golden core perfection realm, and then use the qualifications of the different spiritual roots to add a half chance to enter the nascent soul realm. Thinking of this, he was also a little more excited. He knew his own aptitude. His cultivation was still at the 8th level of the golden core, just like a dozen years ago. He had about 130 to 140 years left to live. He was not sure if he could reach the golden core perfection with the remaining lifespan, but he was sure that he could reach the 9th level of the golden core. However, Wu Hong, a cultivator with the wind spirit root, was different now. He was only just over 100 years old. Moreover, Wu Hong had used 3 ordinary spiritual water-type golden core spiritual objects collected by the sect more than 10 years ago to condense a middle-level golden core and thus enter the golden core realm. So far, he has only been practicing for more than 10 years since he entered the golden core realm. Breaking through one level of cultivation in more than 10 years, this kind of aptitude does have a chance to enter the nascent soul realm. If this is true, the Bailing sect will surely rise to become a nascent soul force, with the ability to dominate this northern wilderness cultivation world. Although, the probability of this is extremely low. Wu Hong, who can condense a middle-level golden elixir and has a single attribute wind spirit root, has a high probability of reaching the realm of perfect golden elixir in the future, and it is certain that he will reach the late stage of golden elixir. Even late-stage golden elixir cultivators are rare in the entire Yan state. As long as there are cultivators of this realm, it will be enough to protect the safety of Bailingmen for 300 or 400 years. If a golden elixir perfect cultivator can be produced, Bailingmen will also enter its heyday and it is possible to expand its territory again. However, he looked at Wu Hong, who is very talented, and felt helpless. According to the talent of this kid Wu Hong, when my lifespan is exhausted in the future, and it is difficult to protect the sect, this sect is bound to be handed over to kid Wu Hong. He also sighed and felt a little worried. I don't know what the future will be like if I really hand over the sect to kid Wu Hong. Wu Hong, a genius cultivator with wind spirit roots, is also a member of Bailingmen. But Wu Hong is the grandson of the Lingfu patriarch of Bailing sect. His father Wu Yan is also a Jindan's Henren, a real Jindan's Henren, but the Jindan he condensed is of inferior quality. Even so, Wu Yan has a chance to enter the middle Jindan realm in the future. Although his mother Yang Siren is not as good, she is also a fake Dan's Henren. In this way, there are 3 Jindan standing behind Wu Hong now. With Wu Hong himself, this family has 4 Jindan combat forces. Although the disciples Baoling's Henren and Beibeo's Henren, who were accepted by Bailing's Henren in recent years, have entered the Jindan realm, the former only condensed a middle-level Jindan when trying to break through the Jindan, but his cultivation speed is quite standard. He has entered the Jindan realm for hundreds of years, and his cultivation is still at the 3rd level of Jindan. Beibeo's Henren relied on a fake Dan condensed from a monster Jindan to achieve the fake Dan realm. He has no potential and his strength is extremely weak, which is only equivalent to the 1st level of Jindan cultivators. Now, although Bailing's Henren can easily suppress the faction of Lingfu's Henren, where Wu Hong belongs with his 8th level Jindan cultivation, once his lifespan is exhausted after more than 100 years, the fake Dan realm by Bao's Henren and Bao Ling's Henren of his faction will probably have to temporarily avoid the edge when facing the faction of Lingfu's Henren. In this way, the future of Bailing's sect will be under the control of Lingfu's Henren's family. The resources of Bailing's sect will inevitably be controlled by this big family. And this family has extra resources, so naturally they will cultivate people in their own power. In the long run, Bailing's sect, as a sect, may no longer be a sect, but will become the Wu family of Lingfu patriarch Wu Tian. But even if Bailing's Henren knew this, in order for the sect to have a better foothold in the northern wilderness immortal cultivation world, he could only watch Wu Tian's family gradually become stronger. And once Wu Tian's family is touched, Bailing's sect will lose nearly half of its combat power. Although the Ling family, the strongest in Yan state, has a 1,000-year agreement with Bailingmen, even if Bailingmen is greatly weakened, This family will not openly attack Bailingmen within 1,000 years. However, the other two major Jindan forces in Yan State, Yaowang Valley and Qingshi Taoist Temple, will not be like this. Although these two major forces only have two Jindan, they are very close to the Ling family because of their marriage. Once the lineage of the Lingfu ancestor of Bailingmen is completely wiped out and Bailingmen falls into a period of weakness, these two major forces will inevitably turn into jackals and bite Bailingmen hard. Even the Ling family will secretly help these two major forces to destroy the entire Bailingmen. The lineage of junior brother Lingfu is really blessed to have such a talented offspring. It would be great if this child was my offspring or my disciple. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look down on himself in his heart. After laughing at himself, he prayed secretly. I just hope that during my lifetime, one of my disciples and grandchildren can also become a genius with such talent. Chapter 772, The second best alchemist Chengxin enters the golden elixir. Then, he smiled and congratulated Wu Hong, who had just come out of retreat. Young friend Wu is indeed a genius, second only to fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun in Yan State. He has already reached the second level of Jindan at such a young age. He is really young and promising. It is a blessing for Bailing sect to have such a genius as you. Although Wu Hong was not very old, he grew up beside the Lingfu patriarch and became very smooth. He also said very humbly, Master, you are too kind. If it weren't for the countless resources of the sect to cultivate my disciple in these years, it would be difficult for my disciple to enter such a realm so quickly. Everything my disciple has today is also given by the sect. If you want to say luck, it is my disciple's luck to be cultivated by the sect. After hearing this, Bailing Zhenren was more satisfied with Wu Hong. Then, he chatted with Wu Hong again. Another half a year passed. Outside the Taoyan Valley, deep in the territory of the White Cloud Mountain range of Yan State, which stretches for millions of miles, Ling Pengyun, who was sitting cross-legged here, looked at the clear sky above the Taoyan Valley, but a cloud of disaster suddenly appeared, and there was a little more joy between his brows. Chengxin is indeed a talent of the Lighting family's alchemy, who endured countless pressures when Grandpa Yunhong broke through the Jindan period in the Qinglan secret realm in his early years. He has a big heart. This time, this kid was able to stably condense a Jindan, which shows his character even more. In the future, this kid may have a bright future with his pressure-resistant character. It's just that this kid has no help from the yin-yang Taichu Qi, and he took a pill-type Jindan spiritual object to protect the meridians, which resulted in the condensed Jindan of a low quality, only of inferior quality. This is a slight flaw, which has affected the kid's cultivation aptitude. In the future, after I successfully gather 9 mouthfuls of yin-yang Taichu Qi and condense a mouthful of yin-yang Taichu essence, I can leave a mouthful of yin-yang Taichu Qi to help him change his Jindan aptitude. Ling Pengyun had used up all the yin-yang primordial Qi that he had been trying to save over the years. This also led to the fact that 2 months ago, Ling Chengxin, the second best person in the family's alchemy, had cultivated the family's spiritual consciousness and meridian tempering methods to the 7th level, and had the spiritual consciousness and meridian strength of the initial stage of the golden elixir. He took the ordinary golden elixir spirit object Muyuan Lingshu, the second-class golden elixir spirit object Hume Den, and pseudo-Jidan liquid collected by the family over the years to enter the Taoyan Valley to try to break through the golden elixir, without the help of yin-yang primordial Qi. But even so, Ling Chengxin's probability of entering the golden elixir with the help of various means was as high as 40%. And the Ling family's golden elixir spirit objects also had 1 ordinary golden elixir spirit object Zuanshan water, 1 second-class golden elixir spirit object Hume Den, and 2 pseudo-Jidan liquids. After a few days, after Ling Chengxin successfully condensed the golden elixir with the help of the 3rd-grade upper-grade lightning-inducing destruction formation in the Taoyan Valley to forge his body and survive the thunder tribulation, he also left the Taoyan Valley with excitement. Many years have passed, and due to his abundant lifespan, Ling Chengxin's appearance has not changed at all. He is still a middle-aged man with a bit of elegance. The fragrance of the elixir on his body is even stronger. In addition, he can feel a very calm feeling from him, as if he will not panic no matter what happens. However, when he saw Ling Pengyun, who brought many golden elixir spirit objects to help him and was also his guide on the path, he was filled with gratitude. He tried to enter the golden elixir once, and he knew how difficult it was to condense the golden elixir. Previously, If it weren't for the 3 golden elixir spirit objects given by Ling Pengyun, he would have no chance to condense the golden elixir at all, and it would be wishful thinking to want to enter the golden elixir realm. Under such circumstances, he was a little out of control, and he knelt down directly in front of Ling Pengyun, his face flushed with excitement, and he thanked Ling Pengyun. Uncle Pengyun, this time my nephew was able to enter the golden core great Dao thanks to the 3 golden core spiritual items you gave me not long ago. Please accept my greetings, Uncle Pengyun. After saying that, he kowtowed to Ling Pengyun. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly helped Ling Changxin up and said, "Those golden core spiritual items were bought with the family property. This time you were able to enter the golden core great Dao because of your own ability. You don't need to be so polite to me," Ling Changxin said seriously. "Uncle Pengyun, I also know that you risked your life to buy golden core spiritual items in the boundless sea some time ago. This time my nephew was able to enter the golden core great Dao, and it was indeed thanks to you that I was able to enter the golden core great Dao. This kindness, my nephew will definitely remember it in my heart." Hearing this, Ling Pengyun felt a little more relieved in his heart, and then he spoke. "You are thoughtful, kid. Now, you have also entered the golden elixir path. You have a longer lifespan and more time. Even if it is not a festival, you should come to my house more often. Don't be immersed in alchemy all day long like before." When Ling Changxin heard this, there was a bit more joy between his brows. "Okay, Uncle Pengyun, your nephew will definitely come to talk to you and Aunt Sai more often in the future. Ha ha ha, I'll remember this. By the way, your realm has also been stabilized by the thunder and lightning forging in the valley. You don't need to spend time consolidating your cultivation in the future. You can use this time to sacrifice these magic weapons, which can also increase your combat power. The family has also prepared enough fire-type spiritual iron for you to help you refine a life-defining magic weapon in a short time. When you are free, you can also come to me to practice fighting, which can also indirectly enhance your experience in using it to deal with the monster chaos in a year and a half." After saying this, Ling Pengyun took out 3 magic weapons of very high quality from his storage bag, namely a red fire bottle, a pair of scissors, and a fire shield. The bottle was a magic weapon that Ling Pengyun had refined some time ago with the help of some 3rd-level fire-attributed spiritual materials. The other 2 magic weapons were among the 3rd-level low-grade magic weapons that the family had obtained by destroying many giant forces. Compared with ordinary medium-quality magic weapons of the same level, they are half a point or 1 point more powerful, which is of great help to the strength of giant cultivators. Seeing this scene, Ling Changxin's brows were filled with gratitude. Ling Pengyun's position in his heart has surpassed himself. "Uncle Pengyun." Ling Pengyun interrupted him and said, "No need to say more, we are all family, let's not talk about it, and work together to survive the next monster beast chaos. However, if our clan has the opportunity to survive the monster beast chaos, you must comprehend the alchemy and improve it to the 3rd level as soon as possible. The family is extremely short of 3rd-level alchemists, and Grandpa Yunhuang is under a lot of pressure in refining 3rd-level pills, and needs someone to share the burden." After saying that, he summoned Feng Yingpeng and left with Ling Changxin. Chapter 773 Shameless Ling Changping, 2,400 words, please subscribe. A few days later. In Yan State, on a huge island deep in the Lingxiao Lake area of Banished Mountain Range, there is a spiritual land shrouded in clouds all day long. There are many jade buildings built inside, and if you look closely, you can see traces of cultivators. And this place is Lingxiao Island, the original clan land of the Lingxiao Lake area. It was only because many years ago, after the Ling family destroyed the Wanqiao sect and occupied the Wanqiao Mountains of the Wanqiao sect, the Ling family moved away from this area and moved to the Wanqiao Mountains, and renamed that mountain area Lingxiao Mountains. However, although the Ling family moved their clan land, the more than 2,000 spiritual veins in Lingxiao Island and even the entire Lingxiao Lake area can still bring huge benefits. Even though most of the spiritual veins in this land were rented out by the Ling family in the early years, and it was difficult for the Ling family to maximize the benefits of the spiritual veins in this land can at least bring the Ling family 40,000 to 50,000 spiritual stones of pure profit every year, which is not bad. For this reason, the Ling family also sent a large number of monks to garrison there. This land was also set up as a branch by the Ling family for easy management. The manager of this branch is Ling Chengping, a second-level silkworm breeder who was raised by Ling Pengyun since childhood. Her husband Lin Fan, a second-level beastmaster guest of the family, also came here with her. It was also because of the arrival of Lin Fan, the family's highest attainment in beast control, that the thousands of spirit beasts that stayed here when the family moved in the early years also multiplied rapidly with the help of Lin Fan, and there were hundreds of demon beast cubs here every year. After more than 10 years, the number of spirit beasts here has already risen to 2,000, and even close to 3,000. However, most of them were not very skilled, and only had the first or second level of key training, but it was still good to fill the gap with quantity. In addition, some monsters with good qualifications also improved their cultivation a lot with the help of Lin Fan, and even nearly 10 foundation building monsters were born here one after another. As for the 3,000 or 4,000 monsters in the clan, they were handed over by the Ling family to the group of beastmasters that the family had cultivated over the years. The leader was the genius beastmaster Ling Lihu, one of the 6 sons of the family. After many years, his beastmaster's rank had already been upgraded to the second level, and it would not take long for him to upgrade his beastmaster's rank to the second level of middle quality. This level of beastmaster's attainment was only a step lower than that of the family's beastmaster guest Lin Fan. It was no problem for him to lead a dozen family beastmasters to manage the spirit beasts in the clan. At the same time, deep in the Lingxiao Island, under a huge tree in the middle of a small valley, there was a tea table. Ling Chengping and Lin Fan sat here. Next to them was a strange monster that was several feet long and shaped like an earthworm, but it was covered with the golden hard scales and had an inch-long sharp horn on its head, like a dragon. More than a decade had passed, and the faces of the two had not changed much. Ling Chengping, who had been a wife for many years, was still playful, and her gaze with Lin Fan revealed countless friendships. It was obvious that their relationship was still very sweet. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of foundation building. And Lin Fan, wearing a Ling's Taoist robe and black hair draped over his head, exuded a kind aura in his every move, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of foundation building. However, it seemed that his breath was unstable, as if he had just entered the 8th level of foundation building. At this moment, they seemed to be waiting for someone, and they kept looking at the cave with a closed door deep in the valley. As for the strange monster crawling beside them, it was born from the dragon named Jinda in the hands of Ling Pengyun's son Ling Chengsha and Ling Pengyun's female dragon earthworm more than 10 or 20 years ago. Although the dragon blood in this monster is rich, it was born with a half-dragon body. In the early years, this monster had a drop of blood from its father Jinda and its mother dragon earthworm who also turned into a dragon body, as well as a large number of dragon objects collected by the family, which also helped it to slowly strengthen the dragon blood in its body. After many years, 80% of the blood in this dragon's body has turned into dragon blood. It only needs to assimilate the remaining 20% of blood, and it can officially turn into a dragon and become the second earth-covering dragon earthworm of the Ling family. Although the blood of this demon beast is mainly dragon blood, it also contains the blood of its mother earthworm. This also makes this demon beast master the earthworm's ability to improve the quality of spiritual soil, and even improves the quality of spiritual soil nearly twice as fast as the earthworm of the same level. At the same time, this pseudo-dragon earthworm can also speed up the cultivation speed through the spiritual energy in the spiritual soil. In addition, it is worth mentioning that this pseudo-dragon earthworm has relied on its dragon blood, the resources of the Ling family, and the secret method of beast control performed by the beastmaster Lin Fan to help it improve its cultivation to the 9th level of key training. After a long time, with a roar, the door of the cave was opened. A serious young man with murderous aura, sharp eyebrows, a cold face, and an aura as high as the peak of the 8th level of foundation building came out. The serious young man saw that not only Ling Chengping came this time, but also Lin Fan's brother-in-law and the fake dragon earthworm. He frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. However, the aura of the fake dragon earthworm was different from that of half a year ago. When he looked up, his expression changed slightly. 9th level of key training. This dragon earthworm improves its cultivation very quickly. At this time, Ling Chengping, who was sitting on the tea table in the valley, stood up with a smile on his face, greeted the serious young man who had just come out of the cave, and said hello. Brother Chengsha, you finally came out of retreat. You made us wait for a long time this time. The cold-faced young man Ling Changsha saw the appearance of Ling Changping in front of him and said with a slightly bitter smile, "Sister Changping, brother-in-law Lin Fan, since the end of the war between good and evil in the Yuan kingdom of the Li family, a large Yuanying clan, and I followed my father and others back to the clan, you two have rarely come to look for me together. And every time you look for me, it's not good. To make a long story short, what are you going to take from me this time, Sister Changping? Or what kind of monster do you need me to catch in the boundless and vast swamp?" The number of captive spirit beasts in this Lingxiao Qiangxing Lake area has reached 2,000. Every year, there are many single male monster beasts that are suitable for reproduction but have no female monster beasts of the same race to accompany them, and they can only live alone. And Lin Fan, who manages this batch of spirit beasts, in order to make the strength of those single male monster beasts useful, will find Ling Changsha, a late foundation building master who is stationed on Lingxiao Island, every year, and take him to the boundless and vast swamp to capture some female monster beasts of the same race as those single male monster beasts, so that they can mate with those single male monster beasts. Brother Chengxia is really smart. Then I won't hide it from you, your sister. You must have discovered that my pseudo-earth-covering dragon earthworm has also reached the 9th level of key training. In time, this earthworm will probably reach the state of perfect key training and have the opportunity to break through to the foundation building stage. And my pseudo-dragon earthworm with the blood of a dragon is also considered a member of the dragon clan. If it can transform into a dragon before building its foundation, it will be of great help in gathering its future qualifications. It's just, this dragon is still a little far from transforming into a dragon. Brother Chengxia, you have 4 golden dragons and the female dragon earthworm in your hands, and my pseudo-earth-covering dragon earthworm is also of gold attribute. As long as 1 or 2 of your 4 golden dragons and the female dragon earthworm can give a drop of essence and blood, my pseudo-earth-covering dragon earthworm will surely transform into a dragon in a short time. Maybe it can even try to break through to the foundation building stage before the monster rebellion in a year and a half. By then, with the strength of my pseudo-earthworm, I will surely be able to kill all the monsters in the chaos. Ling Changping said with a smile. Chapter 774 Jin Dai and Mother Dragon Earth's Love for Their Son, 2,400 words, please subscribe. Hearing this, Ling Changsha's brows furrowed even more tightly, and his face darkened. Sister Changping, my 4 golden dragons and the Mother Dragon Earthworm don't have much dragon blood in their bodies. Even if they lose a drop, they will need dozens or even tens of years to make up for it in the future, which will be a great obstacle to their future path. When your pseudo-earth-covering dragon earthworm was born, the drop of blood its father Jin Dadu gave it was just restored 2 years ago. For this reason, Jin Dadu's other 3 brothers with twin spirits have been restricted by their spirits and their cultivation has progressed together, resulting in a half-point slowdown in the past 20 years. And if one of these 4 dragons is short of dragon blood, the speed of cultivation of these 4 dragons will inevitably slow down by several decades. This matter is very serious, and I'm sorry I can't agree to it. Ling Changsha refused without any hesitation. Brother Chengxia, the monster rebellion in a year will be extremely dangerous. The Red Gold Bear clan of the Yuanying monster tribe in the boundless vast lake will definitely retaliate against the major forces of our Yan state because our Yan state killed the Yuanying seeds of this clan. By then, except for those alchemists, talisman makers and other people of various arts who can refine strategic materials, all the people of Yan state will have to be soldiers. Even I, a silkworm breeder, will have to go to the front line to fight. Brother Chengxia, you know that my strength is low and I don't have a good foundation building spirit beast to help me. At that time, what do you think I should do if I encounter a strong enemy? Ling Changping said with a little cry. Ling Changsha heard this, but did not agree. With Ling Changping's identity, if the monster rebellion really happened, her father Ling Pengyun, who regarded Ling Changping as his own daughter, would definitely send a few foundation-building monster beasts, or even give Ling Changping a golden elixir beast puppet to protect her. As long as the golden core demon king did not come out, ordinary demon beasts could not threaten Ling Changping's life at all. However, he hated to see Ling Changping like this, and his heart softened. At this moment, 2 rustling sounds came from the cave behind Ling Changsha. Soon, the parents of Ling Changping's pseudo-earth-covering dragon earthworm, the golden dragon Jinda, and the female dragon earthworm appeared. Because the quality of the spiritual fields and spiritual soils above the 2nd level of the family has basically reached the 1st class level, There is no upper limit for improvement. The female dragon earthworm also left the family as early as the Yuan Kingdom's war between good and evil, and followed Ling Changping to this place. Later, Ling Changsha, who participated in the war between good and evil, brought his Taoist partner Jinda and 3 other golden dragons to Lingxiao Island to sit in charge. The female dragon earthworm also liked to stick to his Taoist partner Jinda, and the two could speed up their cultivation through the secret method of the dragon clan brought back by Ling Pengyun from the Kanglan Bahe sect, so it followed Ling Changsha to practice. At the same time, the 9th level key training pseudo-earth covering dragon earthworm crawling beside the tea table also noticed the presence of its parents. It had not seen its parents for half a year, and it missed them a little. Immediately, it crawled towards Jinda and the female dragon earthworm, and roared at them twice affectionately. After its father, the Jialong Jinda, roared at his child twice, it said to its master Ling Changsha, "Master, my Taoist partner and I are willing to give my child another drop of blood essence to help him transform into a Jiao. My child already has a lot of Jialong blood in his body, and it is not far from turning into a Jiao. I think that with a drop of blood essence from my Taoist partner and I, it is completely enough to help my child transform into a Jiao." The female dragon earthworm also spoke in human language at this moment. "Yes, little master, I am willing to do so too." The female dragon earthworm was Ling Pengyun's spirit beast in his early years. It was also familiar with Ling Changsha. Since childhood, it called Ling Changsha little master. Ling Changsha's eyes trembled. He looked at Jinda and the female dragon earthworm, who both looked determined, and sighed helplessly. "Losing a drop of blood essence will be a great obstacle to your progress in cultivation. Have you really thought it through?" Jinda and the female dragon earthworm did not hesitate too much, and immediately said in unison, "I have thought it through." The pseudo-dragon earthworm was their offspring, and they wanted their offspring to be able to transform into a dragon and have a longer path. Seeing this, Ling Changsha looked at Ling Changping, who looked like she was crying, and said helplessly with a bitter face, "Okay, since you all agree, I won't say anything more." Ling Changping, who was standing aside, was immediately happy when she heard this, and she also unconsciously showed a bit of joy on her face. She naturally knew the richness of the blood in her pseudo-earth covering dragon earthworm. Now, with the help of the blood essence of Jinda and the female dragon earthworm, it was inevitable that her pseudo-earth covering dragon earthworm would transform into a dragon. And her pseudo-earthworm could transform into a dragon earlier, and it could enter the foundation building stage faster. The strength of this dragon earthworm is extremely extraordinary, and it is not comparable to ordinary monsters. If this dragon could enter the foundation building stage before the monster rebellion, it would have helped her a lot. She also smiled and said to Ling Changsha, "Brother Changsha, thank you very much. I will never forget your kindness today. If you have any trouble in the future, just come to me." The earthworm and Jinda are now Ling Changsha's spirit beasts. If Ling Changsha does not nod, the two spirit beasts dare not give their essence in blood. Ling Changsha said helplessly, "Sister, you have said it countless times. When did you not exploit me? When did you help me?" Ling Changping's old face flushed, but she was indeed thick-skinned, so she also smiled. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Ling Changsha smiled bitterly and said nothing. Then, he ordered Jinda and the female dragon earthworm to take out a drop of blood essence from their bodies and pass it to their offspring, the pseudo-earthworm that was in the 9th level of key training. Seeing this, the pseudo-earthworm was particularly grateful to its parents. After chatting with its parents for a long time, it swallowed the 2 drops of dragon blood essence into its stomach and began to refine it. Ling Changsha, Ling Changping, and Lin Fan sat on the tea table in the valley, drinking tea and chatting. Linglan Land. Beside the Lingxiao Lake, which was formed by the water of the long river in the sky transformed by the formation, there were hundreds of various monsters, but their cultivation was above the late stage of key training. Among them, the herbivorous monsters sometimes ate the spiritual grass in the grassland next to the lake, and sometimes drank the water in the lake next to it. After eating and drinking enough, they closed their eyes and crawled on the ground to refine the spiritual grass in their stomachs. The carnivorous monsters all looked towards the depths of the Ling clan's 72 mountains. After a while, a 6-foot-tall young man with a bleak aura and wearing animal skins, who looked extremely domineering, rode a black-haired tiger with wings and rushed from a sacred mountain among the 72 mountains. When the carnivorous monsters saw this man appear, their eyes all flashed with light. Even the herbivorous monsters that were crawling on the ground and practicing temporarily stopped practicing and stood up. Soon, the young man riding the tiger rushed to the hundreds of monsters by the small lake. But surprisingly, these monsters with extremely high cultivation levels did not have any hostility towards this man, but instead roared at the man riding the tiger in a very flattering way. The man riding the tiger did not react to this, but just said lightly, "Herbivorous monsters, continue to stay aside and practice. Carnivorous monsters, line up one by one." As soon as these words were spoken, they were transformed into the languages of various monsters through the young man's secret beast controlling technique beast language, and the monsters here also understood what the young man said. Chapter 775 Ling 1 Who plots to mutate the spirit beast, 2200 words, please subscribe. Immediately, the group of monsters began to act according to the young man's instructions. Soon, the young man riding the tiger was left with only more than 100 carnivorous monsters. And within 100 breaths, this group of carnivorous monsters quickly lined up in an orderly long queue. The young man riding the tiger also patted the storage bag on his waist, took out a large amount of monster meat from it, and distributed it to the carnivorous monsters in the team in front of him one by one. The group of carnivorous monsters also opened their bloody mouths happily and ate the monster meat they got. A bloody smell gradually filled the place. However, the young man riding the tiger at this moment blew a breeze to blow away the bloody smell. After a while, two wolf monsters that ate faster but were not full also walked in front of the young man riding the tiger and howled at him a few times, indicating that they were not full and wanted more meat. Seeing this, the young man probed into the beasts with his spiritual sense and immediately found that the aura of the two wolf monsters was stronger than a few days ago, and their bodies were also larger. For this reason, the young man also showed a bit of joy between his eyebrows. After a few days, two of these monsters have finally improved their cultivation. Previously, the monster meat he distributed to those carnivorous monsters was actually the amount he distributed to them according to the cultivation of the carnivorous monsters. The monster meat was just enough for them to eat, not less or more. If they eat more, there is only one possibility, which is that their cultivation has improved. The belly of the monster is so big, and only when the cultivation is improved and the body is fed back by the cultivation, the belly will become bigger. And this young man is naturally the second-level beast master Lingxiao, who takes care of this group of spirit beasts. The double-winged tiger he set on was his natal spirit beast Yingxiao with the blood of the golden core demon king. As for the small number of spirit beasts here, it is because the remaining 3,000 or 4,000 low-level monster beasts in the clan land were put into the spirit beast forest beside the clan land by the Ling family early on, and managed by the dozens of low-level beast masters of the Ling family who are stationed in the forest all year round. The spirit beasts in the foundation building realm practice in the 3 spirit beast mountains among the 72 mountains deep in the Ling clan land. The 3 spirit beast mountains are named Xianling Mountain, Tiger King Mountain and Mixed Beast Mountain. The spiritual veins in them are above the second-level middle grade, and the spiritual energy inside is extremely rich. The owner of Xianling Mountain is the family's fairy crane group, and the fairy crane king, the family's guardian spirit beast in the early years, is also among them. In addition, flying monster beasts in the foundation building realm also practice there. Tiger King Mountain is the practice place of the second-level beast master Lingxiao. Only tiger monster beasts and foundation building spirit beasts, or tiger monster beasts with good talent can enter it. The Mixed Beast Mountain was a hodgepodge, with all kinds of foundation building monster beasts. However, no matter which mountain the foundation building monster beasts were, the Ling family attached great importance to them, and every year the Ling family would distribute a large amount of resources to help them practice. Lingxiao collected his distracting thoughts, and then took out 2 small pieces of monster meat from his storage bag to feed the 2 wolf monsters in the late stage of key training in front of him. Afterwards, he used the core secret technique of the middle-level beast control inheritance beast Yuan absorption spirit technique that his family had obtained from the teleportation array on the 30 monster beasts present one by one. This technique can speed up the speed of monster beasts absorbing spiritual energy, and it can be regarded as a middle-level beast control secret method. With Lingxiao's current rank of a second-level lower-grade beast control master, using this technique is enough to speed up the practice speed of monsters below the initial stage of foundation building by 1.6 times. And this time can last for a day. However, the use of this technique requires a lot of spiritual power. Even if Ling one who can mobilize the spiritual power of the third-level foundation building winged shadow tiger with the help of the secret method, which is equivalent to having double spiritual power, he can only use this technique 40 times in a row at most. In this case, he can only use this method in batches on the group of monsters in the late stage of key training. And only 30 monsters were selected at a time because he still needed to use this technique on 10 monsters in the early stage of foundation building in the 3 mountains of spiritual beasts. After several hours, Lingxiao finally finished using the secret method on the 30 monsters. The 30 monsters also received the blessing of the secret method and happily crawled beside the Lingxiao lake to practice. Lingxiao also had some sweat stains on his forehead due to excessive consumption of spiritual power. He reached out and touched it, looking at the hundreds of monsters in front of him who were practicing, and there was a little more yearning between his brows. If these hundreds of key training monsters were all foundation building monsters, it would be great. In this way, our clan would have more chances to survive the monster rebellion in a year. Thinking of the monster rebellion, his brows became more gloomy, and at the same time, he felt more powerless. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists. The natal spirit beast winged shadow tiger sitting under him, which was connected to his heart, seemed to have noticed his emotional fluctuations, and roared out, asking what was wrong. Lingxiao was awakened by this voice. He lowered his head and looked at the sitting winged shadow tiger, and the passion in his heart was rekindled. My winged shadow tiger has the blood of the golden core demon king, and its cultivation speed far exceeds that of monsters of the same level. If it is given time, this tiger will definitely be able to improve its cultivation to the perfect foundation building stage before its best age to break through the golden core stage. By then, with its golden core demon king blood, it can at least increase its probability of entering the golden core stage by half. And as long as this tiger enters the golden core stage, I will definitely be able to get its spiritual power back, and then I will be more confident of breaking through the golden core stage. However, the only difficulty of this method is that although this tiger's cultivation speed is faster than monsters of the same level, it is still a little slower than that of my human cultivators. When it enters the perfect foundation building stage, it will probably be 200 or 300 years later. By then, if I don't enter the golden core stage, I'm afraid I would have already passed away. Only if this tiger improves its cultivation to the perfect foundation building stage within 100 years, this plan can be implemented. And if we want to speed up its cultivation speed, we can only start with its bloodline. However, the richness of its blood has already reached its limit under the blessing of the elixir made from the blood of the 3 shadow tiger demon kings killed by the family in the early years. It is difficult to strengthen the richness of its blood again. Under such circumstances, the only way is to follow the method of guiding demon beasts to mutate according to the family's medium-level third-level beast controlling inheritance, and make this tiger mutate in a good direction and increase its muscle quality. This is a risky move. If it can be done, this tiger will definitely have a chance to reach the perfection of foundation building within 100 years. And if this tiger fails to mutate and dies tragically, or mutates in a bad direction, without potential, it can only blame me for not having this opportunity. Thinking of this, he put away this thought, and instead, he rode a winged shadow tiger to the 3 spirit beast mountains without stopping, and started to work again. It was not until nightfall that he finished his work and returned to his place of practice, Tiger King Mountain. From this moment on, he began to carefully think about the method of making the winged shadow tiger mutate. This method not only requires a special secret technique, but also requires countless spiritual medicines and spiritual medicines to assist. Although the family's third-level beast taming inheritance did not record the method of promoting the mutation of the winged shadow tiger clan, it did record a method to promote the mutation of the demon beast earth flame tiger. After the tiger mutates, it can be transformed into a fiery flame earth gold tiger. This tiger, like the earth flame tiger, has mastered the dual system techniques of fire and earth, but the strength of this fiery flame earth gold tiger is at least 30% stronger than the earth flame tiger of the same level. And its potential is also stronger than that of the earth flame tiger. And if Lingxiao wants to make the winged shadow tiger mutate, he can only gradually improve a method suitable for promoting the mutation of the winged shadow tiger based on the method of promoting the mutation of the earth flame tiger. Horizontal ellipsis. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.